of Fame? That is the question. And I will go to Mike. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning. You guys bleed in a good way.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, Mike. Sir. All right, Mike. What city will you find the Tennis Hall of Fame?
Newport, Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's right. Hang on, Mike.
I was going to fly there this summer, but after Kathy's news, it seems like it could be.
That uplifting guy.
Yeah.
We're going to give you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. And if you're in the mood for seafood, Bonefish Grill's got you covered with new summer specials like the shrimp rangoon dip and pineapple glazed shrimp paired perfectly with a zesty key lime cake for dessert.
Nice.
You can visit bonefishgrill.com. All right, I have some stories to share. We'll start with this. Ben Stiller met with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Monday during a visit to the war-torn country. Shortly after shaking hands, the actor told the Ukrainian president, "You are my hero." And Stiller was in Ukraine as a UNHCR Goodwill ambassador. He toured the ruins of Irpin, talking with those who survived the Russian occupation. He said, "It's one thing to see the destruction on TV or on social networks. It's another thing to see it with your own eyes. That's a lot more shocking," he said to Zelensky. And Ukrainian president, replied, "What you saw in Irpin is definitely dreadful, but it is even worse to just imagine what is happening in the settlements that are still under temporary occupation in the east."
Was yesterday International Refugee Day?
I think it might have been, Steve.
Yes.
Yeah. The Meet the Parents actor posted a video of himself to Instagram earlier in the day saying, "Hey, I'm Ben Stiller, and I'm here in the Ukraine. War and violence are devastating people all over the world. Nobody chooses to flee their home. Seeking safety is a right, and it needs to be upheld for every person."
It was very touching because Stiller took time to teach Ukrainian troops Magnum, which is the look that no one believed could exist. But
that's the one.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Rob Kardashian and Black China reached a settlement in their revenge porn case yesterday, just ahead of the jury selection process. Potential jurors were informed of the last-minute update as they lined up outside the courthouse. They were all getting ready to go in.
Revenge porn with Rob Kardashian.
And then they settled.
Woo!
China-born Angela White sued Kardashian in 2017 for posting nude photos of her to his Instagram in a, quote, vicious social media tirade designed to hurt and publicly shame Ms. White.
Was Tokyo Tony there?
Don't know.
Okay.
The exact details of the settlement have not been released, but a source told Rolling Stone the case is not going forward. It settled. So they caved in. And
yeah.
I guess, if you're posting pictures like that, then, whichever side you fall on, Black China or Kardashians, you're not supposed to do that.
Not supposed to do that?
Yep.
It's legal. So they settled. I wonder how many millions.
Yeah, don't know. There's no word on the settlement. So last week, both Kardashian and China said they'd hope they could reach a settlement for the sake of their daughter, Dream. Bob Odenkirk told Page Six recently he feels great after he'd suffered that heart attack on the set of Better Call Saul in July of 2021. He said, "I got 2 stents. A tiny part of my heart is made of metal, and I feel good." He had collapsed on the set and was shocked with a defibrillator 3 times. He was then rushed to the hospital where he underwent surgery.
That's wild, man. Because he was a guy who does not, even prior to everything that went down, did not seem to be in bad shape, seemed to take care of himself, and there he is, he collapses.
The Breaking Bad star said that he didn't remember anything about the incident. He said it was scary to Rhea Seehorn and Patrick Fabian, who were standing right there when it happened. And everybody else, the whole crew who came around, they were utterly freaked out, but I can't recall anything.
For as slow as Better Call Saul was in the beginning, with the whole storyline with his brother, it has it's like holy crap territory these days.
Really? It's sped up?
Yeah, so much so.
I never got into it.
Breaking Bad was one thing, right? And then the way Breaking Bad ended, you're like, holy crap. And then when Better Call Saul, you're like, all right, this is really, really slow. I'm telling you, it is getting really, really good. And so the second, it's the final season. Part 2 is coming up. I think
they're all doing the 2-part final season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, really left me on a cliffhanger.
So as for shooting that final season, Odenkirk said, "I was emotional. Yeah, we cried. The show has been such a snowball of ongoing effort and big effort, and I've done this character for 12 years, so in a weird way, as big as that last scene was, I won't really start to say a big goodbye to the show until I watch the final episode.
So I wonder if they're going to do a sequel to Nobody. Did you see that movie?
Oh, I did not see it. I've caught scenes from it.
It is
and it's a
really
movie
good.
that I want to watch.
Yeah.
You ever see Bob Odenkirk talk about his past? He's not a real big fan of himself at his younger age.
Oh.
He's hypercritical.
He was mean to people. He basically calls himself an a-hole. And,
No kidding.
Yeah, he addresses it in his autobiography, which came out earlier this year or the end of last year. But yeah, he was not a nice person, and he acknowledges that. He cops to it.
How do you feel about people like that? You know what I mean?
Well, it's nice that they come around and apologize about it eventually. You know,
It is.
and it's too bad that they were that way in the first place. But at least they're aware enough to recognize it.
Yeah, there's like people I know from earlier in my life that I deemed to be, wow, that person's just a jerk. If they came around and started to admit things, maybe a direct apology or something like that might make me feel a little differently about them. But it's kind of hard to.
I know where you're floating on this.
You know what I
and
mean?
I can't say I don't agree a little bit because you're supposed to say, okay, bygones. But if you were the subject of someone's taunts for many years, it might be kind of hard to just turn on a dime and say, hey!
Yeah. I mean, it's great that he does that. I agree.
But even in the things that he cites that he claims made him, he was a rambunctious, full of himself younger man. But it wasn't like he was terrorizing people.
Okay.
That was
Okay.
Did we talk about it on the show that Adam Sandler wanted him to play Eric in Billy Madison, and the studio was like, no way.
No, we did not.
Because he was like an ego case or something
you know what?
like
They
that?
never indicated why, but I wonder if that was why. But the studio said no, and then Philip Seymour Hoffman actually auditioned for that part and turned it down, and then it ended up going to the guy who played it.
It may have been because of attitude. Who knows? All right, now we're going to talk about a beautiful human soul, Bradley Cooper.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I love him.
He revealed recently on a podcast that, listen to this, a famous director once mocked him for having,
Mock?
Yeah, for real. Yeah. Once mocked him for having, he's our best friend. I get it now. Mocked him for having 7 career Oscar nominations. So the incident occurred at a party during Cooper's A Star is Born award season. The music drama boosted Cooper's Oscar nomination haul from 3 acting noms and a Best Picture nom as a producer on American Sniper to 7 he got actor, original screenplay, and Best Picture for A Star is Born. So he said he was at a party, and he met with a famous director who made a joke about his 7 Oscar nominations. Cooper was joined at the party by a friend, a famous actress, who had 3 Oscar nominations under her belt. And the director said to Cooper, "What world are we living in where you have 7 nominations and she's only got 3? And he's like, dude, why are you such an a-hole? I would never effing forget that. Go F yourself is what he said.
No indication as to who this person might have been or is?
I haven't seen anybody guessing at it, but probably you could do a little math and figure out who it is, but I do not know. Cooper has since added 2 more Oscar nominations, bringing his total career haul to 9. He co-produced Joker and Nightmare Alley. I didn't know he co-produced Joker.
Yeah, he did.
Both of which broke into the Best Picture race as well.
He's playing Leonard Bernstein, right?
He is widely expected to pick up even more Oscar nominations for the Netflix-backed Maestro, which is about Leonard Bernstein.
But he's playing him as a Batman villain.
I didn't
crazy.
know that. Oh, that's weird.
He is starring in the title role opposite Carey Mulligan as
Tell me, do you compose? You will.
Bernstein's wife, Felicia Montalegre. So that I'm not sure exactly when that's coming out, but they're kicking around the name Oscar.
We should just check in with him.
We should.
I know that
See if he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always
All right,
good to
I'll
do a
give him a
little
call.
wellness check.
Got to play this little game like he doesn't even really know who we are that much. Kind of was blowing us off. We all chuckle about it because our bond is strong.
Timothée Chalamet could be turning up the heat this summer during a 2022 Tribeca talk following a screening of the new 4K restoration of the 1995 thriller Heat. Star Al Pacino revealed that he hopes Chalamet takes on the role of Detective Vincent Hanna in a prequel film. Pacino played Vincent in the original.
Well, like in high school?
Michael Mann cat and mouse film opposite Robert De Niro as criminal Neil McCauley. But no, it'll be probably a young cop, he's the police officer, right? Yeah. So director Mann co-wrote Heat 2, an upcoming prequel/sequel novel to the film. Guests at Tribeca Talk were gifted a preview copy of the book, spurring a discussion as to who would play each character if the novel were adapted for the big screen. And Pacino shouted out, "Timothy Chalamet!" to applause. De Niro stayed mum about his dream casting.
Are you a Heat fan?
I am.
I've never seen it.
Really? I love it.
One of my favorites.
I love it.
I know.
Preston, it's long.
I got to put it on the list.
You got to invest time in it, though. Don't go anywhere. It's 3 hours long, and but
3 hours long?
It is, yeah, but it's brilliant.
Dude, it's
She's
all
ass.
the best actors.
Also, yes, and Val Kilmer, everybody's great in it, and it has that robbery sequence, which is one of the best ever filmed.
That alone is like a half hour long. Just
it's
the
unbelievable.
the gunfight in the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to check my dude card for not having seen it.
No.
No?
No, you're so frozen.
You're good.
Yeah.
Thank you. So how do you think that casting would go? Timothy Chalamet as his character.
I'm wondering about the necessity of a prequel.
Yeah.
But I guess I think Timothy Chalamet is certainly solid enough to do it. I'm just wondering why it needs to exist.
Man's Heat 2 includes events both before and after his the first film.
It's not hot. It's warm now.
Yeah, it's not hot yet.
Not heat.
There's no heat.
There's a freaking heat on.
By the way, can I point out something that Casey said to me about Timothy Chalamet? And you had pointed out that he's not a good-looking guy because one of his eyeballs is lower than the other.
Did I say
You
that?
did, and you know what? You're right. I still think he's a handsome guy, but if you look closely, at the symmetry of his face, like one eye is definitely lower than the other one.
If we ever get him in the studio, I'm going to hold a ruler across the bridge of his nose to see. What he does have is he has.
Did I hear sloth?
Yeah, that's him.
I don't know. His eyes look pretty even here.
Look at
He has a classic jawline. He has a star's jawline.
Yeah.
without question.
Unbelievable.
Bradley Cooper has eyes that are uneven as well.
Yeah.
No kidding.
He has a third one under his hair.
does not.
I think
That's
I think it makes him look a little dreamy when they're like
Bradley
that.
Cooper?
Oh, is
They're
that
smoky
right?
eyes.
Let me ask you a question about Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah.
Because I don't consider him handsome.
Yeah.
I consider him pretty.
Okay.
You understand?
That's a good distinction.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
a good distinction.
Yeah. I like that.
He's very pretty.
Yep.
Very pretty. Loves
pretty
ice
man.
cream.
Rocky Road.
Dude.
Big fan of ice
He is outstanding in Dune.
I think he's terrific.
Outstanding.
cream.
And I can't wait for the sequel.
Yeah, he loves fingerling potatoes.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yes,
dude.
he freaking loves them.
Oh, that's right.
And don't look up.
Yeah.
Love fingering potatoes. So anyhow, we'll see if that ever comes to be. Hey, Lori Loughlin returned to the red carpet for the first time in years on Saturday. It was at a benefit in Los Angeles. Loughlin, who, of course, served time in prison for the college admissions bribery scandal, has kept pretty much a low profile.
She's done a few movies.
But she had cameras clicking at the Design Care 2022 gala to benefit the Holly Rod Foundation for Families Affected by Autism and Parkinson's Disease.
Is that Holly Robinson? No. What's Holly Rod?
I do not know.
It's a car.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think it's Holly Robinson Pete.
No. Yeah.
But Loughlin wore a long-sleeve blue dress for the occasion, her first red carpet walk since the scandal broke in 2019. She served nearly 2 months in prison, gaining release in December 2020. So this is a real visible out, not behind the camera thing or in front of the camera thing.
Right. By Hollywood standards, she appears to have done her penance for all that, right? She did her jail time. We're far enough past it. She's done a few movies. And so I think she can have her life returned to her, right?
Yeah, I think so. Or she probably will. It's going to take a little time to get there. Speaking of Full House, 2 deputies from Florida's Orange County Police Department were disciplined for improperly leaking the news of Bob Saget's death before his family could be notified about it.
I didn't realize that had happened.
Yeah, deputies Emiliano Silva and Stephen Reed were found in violation of the department's dissemination of information directive when they told family and friends about the actor's death, which, according to an administrative investigation, resulted in an influx of media inquiries at the time when Mr. Saget's next of kin had not been notified and homicide unit detectives had not even arrived at the scene. So here's the deal. Saget, he was found in the hotel, obviously. But Silva, one of the officers who responded to the scene of the tragedy, had texted the news to his brother, who minutes later tweeted R.I.P. Bob Saget, prompting press inquiries to be sent to the department's communication director. So That's where they messed up.
Yeah, that's a big mess up. Did anybody see the Saget tribute?
I did.
You weren't happy with it?
No, I just thought it was a little weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It had a lot of big celebrities.
Did you watch it?
No, I want to see it.
Yeah, it was. It seemed a little bit weird. I mean, it was definitely like unscripted.
Right. Was it too unscripted?
For me, it was. Yeah.
Okay, so like the Norm Macdonald tribute on Netflix was excellent, and I think that seemed to have an actual structure to it.
Yeah, but also that wasn't. This was like in front of a crowd.
Okay.
It was like almost like sort of felt like a podcast, but not really. I don't know. It's just
all right.
I didn't
have to check it out.
Yeah, I felt uncomfortable watching it.
All right.
By the way, the other officer, Reed, who was off duty at the time, had texted the news to friends who had recently seen Saget perform, and he had said in his statement, hindsight probably shouldn't have shared it in the way and the manner that I did. So they're facing a suspension without pay for their actions. Follow up here, yes, Holly Robinson Pete's. Rodney Pete. I wasn't thinking that. That is their organization. So, Casey, I would give 5 points to Delco, but
no,
it's
how about
kind of tiny.
I'll take a bell. That's cool.
Yep.
Appreciate Thank that.
I love this story. Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg just need to get it over with and get married.
Wait, what? Where did that start?
I forgot where their first encounter happened. It might have been for like a commercial thing or something.
They had a show
like that.
together, too.
So in a sneak peek clip from her podcast, Martha Stewart asked her good friend Snoop Dogg how many times he smokes, quote, those special cigarettes a day. And he said, it depends. When I'm shooting television, maybe about 15 a day, but when I'm making music, probably about 25. And he said, and the thing is, when I'm with Martha, she's the secondhand queen. I make sure she gets all the secondhand smoke. And then she said that she only enjoys the, quote, fabulous secondhand smoke when she's with Snoop Dogg. And she says, and I must tell you, it makes me feel really good. And it does not disturb my concentration. In fact, I think it makes it even better, and it doesn't make me tired or any of the things that people say marijuana does to you. It's fantastic. I think it's great.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
He's giving her shotguns, and she's just taking it in. So
She, by the way, looks, for 80 years old.
She does.
She looks great.
I sent you a picture earlier, Preston, or it's a video.
A video of Donna Mills.
81.
And
holy hell.
I can't tell what she's done to look that good.
There's just no way.
Yeah. I don't know if there's some filter involved, but I can't see it. But she looks unbelievably younger than 81 years old. All right. So Entertainment Tonight reports that Bachelor in Paradise star Tia Booth is expecting her first child with her fiance, Taylor Mock.
Yeah.
Kathy's joining in now.
Yeah,
nice.
Oh, I've been
the whole
joining
time?
in for a while.
Sorry.
So Taylor Mock.
Yeah.
On Monday, Booth posted the news to Instagram, sharing that she was experiencing mixed emotions due to her father passing away in February. She had said, welcoming a new little life while mourning the loss of another proves that high emotions can exist simultaneously. And I love you. And I have no doubt. Yeah. Yeah. And have no doubt that my dad had a hand in this. Happy Heavenly Father's Day to the first man I ever loved, and happy soon-to-be Father's Day to my forever, she wrote. So,
I love you.
Yeah, Taylor Mock.
Mock.
Yeah. Let's see what else I have here for you. Mama June, her daughter, Lauren Pumpkin Shannon, shared photos of her newborn twins exclusively with Page Six on Monday. In the family photos, the twins, who were born in May, can be seen with her daughter Ella, her son Bentley, and her sister Alana Honey Boo Boo Thompson. And
it was a great family photo. They were all tied up to those ropes in the backyard, running around and digging in the dirt and everything.
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything more than that, but Honey Boo Boo doesn't want anything to do with Mama June anymore, right? Wasn't that the last?
The daughter, Pumpkin, was taking care of Honey Boo Boo, who is now 16. I saw a couple pictures of her recently. Okay. The family is after, but maybe she's made peace with the mother now.
Yeah.
It was not good for a while. And she was running around with that Gino Doak guy, her boyfriend, Mama June at the time. And they had a house, and they were literally selling light fixtures and everything in the house to get drug money.
Yeah. I remember that. So, all right, anyhow, there are pictures of the baby if you want to see them. So, according to IndieWire, the Paramount Plus Yellowstone prequel starring Helen Mirren and Harrison Ford has been renamed to 1923 instead of 1932.
So do you watch both of? Do you watch Yellowstone and do you watch, was it 1888? What is it, Case?
1883. I don't.
I couldn't find that. I actually looked for it the other day. Where is it, Case? Is it on Netflix?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm
Paramount
really
Plus, right?
upset. Yeah, it's
Yellowstone
Paramount
gets
Plus.
him emotional.
1883, and I really, really enjoyed it. And then I completely forgot about it. Like every other show I start watching,
know.
I'm like,
I know.
I completely forgot about that one.
Yep.
It is supposed to be very accurate to the time, 1883. So
Except for the daughter's like
car.
bleach blonde hair, you know.
The robot maid.
No, but like, and that was like
Rosie.
watching it. My wife is like, how am I supposed to believe that this girl's bleach blonde hair is, you know? I'm like, I don't know. They had blonde hair back in the 1880s.
You know what always gets me in shows like that, Case, is they had perfect teeth.
Yeah.
Like in 1883, nobody had perfect teeth.
What I got to
Kills
tell
me
you,
is like, and that's something that always made me crack up. And during MASH, Loretta Swit came back one season with a row of incredible
Veneers.
very good veneers.
I was annoyed though, because that was one that I wanted to watch. Casey kept telling me
It's
and
good.
Case, I looked just the other day and I couldn't find it. But I have like.
are you typing in Yellowstone or are you typing in 1883?
No, 1883. But we ended all the subscriptions and now we just have the Hulu Live or whatever that is.
Could
so
be a problem.
I don't know.
Well, you can come over to my house. We can watch it together. No.
So they're renaming it to 1923 instead of 1932, and the series will go further back in time as it explores droughts, famine, cattle theft, the end of Prohibition in Montana, and the end of World War I as well.
Interesting.
I got to tell you, though, the daughter with the bleach blonde hair in 1883 is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, just mesmerizingly beautiful.
The actress?
Yeah.
What is her?
I don't know what her name is.
You'll have to look her up.
Nick's going to look her up.
You ever seen her in anything else before?
Not that I had recognized her from.
Isabel May? Is that a Case? This one?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
that's
find out.
her.
Okay. Her picture's up in the studio here. Yeah, she's quite lovely.
She looks kind of like Jewel a little bit.
She does.
The singer.
Yeah, and the how they have her done up in the show, just
Faith Hill says, Casey, and I have not seen any of the episodes, but they say that the producers ask the female cast to not shave their armpits.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
To remain, and that's Faith Hill has accommodated the request.
That'd be the deal breaker if Kathy was an actress
Yeah,
on that
no,
show.
thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, she's gorgeous, Casey.
Yeah.
Very,
And
very pretty.
the producer also asked that they have gigantic bushes.
Her name is Isabel May. Would you mind? Listen, do you mind growing out your bush?
Yeah.
It's true to the period.
To an almost uncomfortable level.
Right. I want it to always look as if there's a sheep in front of you.
Oh my.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
I want to see the tufts of hair rising up out of your petticoat. Really?
Tufts of hair. Okay. All right. We're done talking about Bush.
Yes.
Okay.
Although I see a theme for the morning.
Right.
Yes.
All right, and then one last story before we move on to the clips. Chris Evans told MTV News recently that if he were to come back to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he would prefer to revive his role as Johnny Storm in Fantastic Four. He said, God, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? He said, no one's ever come to me about that. I mean, I don't exactly look the same anymore. That was 15, almost 20 years ago. He said, my God, I'm old, but I really loved that character.
So
I don't see that happening. But.
Well, no, but they are doing a new Fantastic Four movie, supposedly. Now, Craig Ligons has always bemoaned the fact from the Comic Book Gurus, a friend of the show, that they have yet to do this right. They've missed the boat a couple of times. Everyone was trying in those first two movies. It just didn't quite work.
The problem I have with so the is it Mr. Fantastic or whatever, the guy who stretches?
Right.
All right. So he's the smartest guy in the world. But what about, isn't Bruce Banner the smartest guy? But what about Tony Stark? Like, how many smartest guys in the world can you have?
They can do whatever they want.
They can do what they want.
Yeah.
It's like they're just making this stuff up.
All right, let's play the clips here. All right. Motherland, Fort Salem is about 3 witches who are conscripted in the U.S. Army as they train in combat magic and use their vocal cords to create powerful spells.
This really happened?
Yeah, it's really happened. Here, series creator Elliot Lawrence shares what his favorite moment of the newest season is.
We get to delve into really the history of what witches really are, like deeper than what we thought. We thought we kind of think we know what they are, but from the get-go, we're into some history. And I knew that history would tie into this almost apocalyptic event that ends the series.
What the is this? Final season of Motherland Fort Salem.
Final season.
On a Freeform and Hulu today. I've never heard of this show before.
What? I can't believe it.
And the final season. This is.
Oh my God.
We've been in this
through
world
it
for a
all.
while, and it still surprises me. Next clip. Here we go.
Final season.
In the Umbrella Academy.
You know that one.
I do know that one, and I'm excited for this. A family of former child heroes who have now grown apart reunite to continue to protect the world. And here, writer Gerard Way shares the mystery behind the series.
Mike Richardson from Dark Horse, his favorite thing that he always said to me about Umbrella Academy was that it was like this mystery box that keeps opening and unfolding, and that's kind of what Umbrella Academy is. Like right away, you're just thrust into this mystery of like, okay, well, all these women weren't pregnant before, but all of a sudden they all had babies.
If someone wants to yank...
Oh, my God. Steve.
Dude. First of all, I was going to say, I didn't know Gerard Way sounds like he's 16 years old. Wow. And then you play that clip,
If
Steve. Let me play a little...
to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Mike Richardson from Dark Horse, his favorite thing that he always said to me about Umbrella Academy was that it was like this mystery box that keeps opening and unfolding, and
If someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Dude. It's the same guy.
Season 3 of the Umbrella Academy is on Netflix tomorrow, by the way. So it's happening, yes.
And that's another one I let go. I loved this first season, and then I never watched the second season. I just didn't get around to it.
I will give you not one scintilla of criticism.
Yeah,
there
me
is
either.
far too much to watch.
Yeah.
It was
and
so
it's
good.
understandable to let things go.
And a show like that is kind of a complicated storyline, too. And if you let it slip away from you, you're like, that's too much work
I'm
to go back
tired.
to.
Have you watched The Boys yet?
No.
Okay,
and
so
I
there you go.
love
And
those
you
first 2
love
seasons.
The Boys. And so,
Stop it with all this entertainment.
Stop it! Will you stop it?
Speaking of entertainment, we have a movie screening tonight.
Oh.
The movie is The Black Phone. It will be 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. You want to go? Be one of the next 9 callers at 215-263
9 times.
WMMR.
9 times.
Mm-hmm.
9 times.
And we will set you up. It's rated R. Will be in theaters officially June 24th, but that screening is tonight. So we'll give those movie passes to you. 215-263 WMMR. A little over an hour from now, Dick Vermeil will be in our studio this morning. That's really cool. So we will talk to Mr. Vermeil in a little while. Don't forget it's Tattoo Day. You want to win a Preston and Steve tattoo? Text word tattoo 39333. We'll be right back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked, Papa Roach.
Something else. This one was.
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The noticer.
I notice the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The Noticer.
Antsy.
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the Noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the Noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor impact.
You never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office. God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
but
this.
Palance was always the best. Believe it
Or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Or not.
Breathe. And
This chick has just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not.
Remember his
I despise weak soup.
remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes, I hate it. I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair and lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story, Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he has built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
U2 frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great news.
Yes, that's
I had no idea.
Yeah.
We should get together and do have a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono. It's Bono. I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. They had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first Man of the Year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which is...
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
Which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
You wanna
sexy.
know what's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
You don't even have any left? You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. It's a whole group of girls leaning into his mouth.
Ladies,
Mm-hmm.
there's enough breath to go around.
But he said, the sexist, the Poverty is Sexist campaign.
Poverty is sexy.
The Poverty is Sexy campaign is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women, those who survive on less than $2 a day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The honorees will be celebrated November 14th at an event in Los Angeles hosted by actress Tracy Ellis Ross. So I don't know if Bono will be there. Maybe, I'm sure, I would hope he would show up for something like that.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there to your event tonight, but I'm too busy breathing on people and making their week. Providing a subtle yet wonderful reminder of what food tastes like. Why are we honoring him again?
Bono, humanitarian.
You owe it to yourself, as a pure nightmare, as something so disturbing.
Yeah.
The last Bob Hope, his Christmas special.
Yeah, which were legendary.
Yeah. This one, the last one, it's like he should have been put to sleep years before.
You mean actually put down like a vet would put down a...
Yes, just the way you do to a sick dog. You know, you don't want to let them suffer any longer.
We're their advocate, and if we don't take care of them...
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a good run.
And exactly. Exactly.
Like Ray Walston with the dog in Mice and Men.
Yes.
Yes. I'll do it if you can't.
Yeah. and it's funny. That brings me. I went on with Robert Osborne, and he asked me to pick movies to show, and one of them was the original of Mice and Men.
Lon Chaney Jr.
Yeah, Lon Chaney and Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece.
And that scene still works, the dog one.
If you are not a blobbering mess of slop when that's in both movies of the Gary Sinise as well, then you're an inhuman piece of filth.
Yes, and how it comes back later on in the movie where Lenny kills the girl.
Yeah.
And George goes, oh, no. And it comes back because, like, earlier, after when they find out Lenny killed the girl, that the old man says to George, he goes, I shouldn't have let him kill my dog. I should have killed him.
Yes. Right. Oh, my God.
It's just so upsetting.
Yeah.
But you realize now George has to go after Lenny.
No. And so you would have done the same with Bob Hope down by the river?
So there's a scene.
Yeah.
You could find it on the internet.
Okay.
Where he's dressed up as Jack Frost with a big pointed hat and a little beard. And it's like, he has no idea his own name at this point. And when I watch this, I think, and his voice is like that, it's no longer the, hey, everybody.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Now it's like, hey. And it's like, you watch it, and it looks like his wife's revenge. Like Dolores' revenge for all the screwing around that Bob Hope did on her.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at him. The guy died 5 years before this was filmed.
I mean, I adore Bob Hope, but that's a mistake.
Oh, God.
Wow. Jesus.
How did we get on this topic?
Because because we needed him to... Gilbert makes the point that he should have been euthanized many years earlier.
Right.
Yes. And it's like Dolores is singing and dancing here. She's old, but she does what... And it switches back to him to go... That's me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cesar Romero, who played the Joker on Batman.
And did a brilliant job.
Yes. We should preface it with that. He did a brilliant job. And he was like, in his day, the Latin lover.
Absolutely.
And like
the mustache, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And he would be with all the beautiful actresses.
Yes.
But he in real life, he was gay.
Yeah.
And what he was into was he'd gather up a bunch of his boy toys. And he'd stand there.
How do you know this?
Trust me. He would pull down his pants and underwear, and depending on who you hear it from, you always hear slight variation. Some people said he stood ankle deep in warm water.
Ankle deep in warm water.
I guess it added to it. And while these boy toys would fling orange wedges at his ass.
Oh my God, what the?
And so
you've told that on this show, but I still love hearing it.
I love it.
I just the level. I mean, I think I told you the story that I heard, and this is one that I've heard from a few sources. But about Raymond Burr, have you heard that?
Well, I mean, I know a gay, but I didn't hear any.
His deal was He had a clear picnic table.
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
And we have to watch how we say it.
Now, I heard it with Danny Thomas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, so I don't believe any of it now.
And with Danny Thomas, if you ask the right people.
All right. Which means some of these stories might lack credibility, but they're still fun.
They'll say, oh, you mean make room for duty? Or the other one is make poo for daddy. And that I heard it with Danny Thomas that he would have a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And hired hookers to take a dump on the table.
Okay.
And
He'd be underneath
would,
it.
And now a variation I heard is sometimes
somebody from the Fresh Beat Band.
See, well now I heard the Fresh Beat Band is hired out to take a dump on people's tables.
They don't have a show anymore, so they gotta,
But
extra fresh.
I heard, judging by who you hear it from, that Danny Thomas would sometimes wear a priest outfit.
A priest outfit.
Dear God.
See, here's the deal with this stuff, and I think there's a lot of this that's been embellished. But the truth of the matter is, you were dealing with a lot of wealth.
Yes.
So if your inclination was to do anything sort of perverted, you had a total resource.
But how the hell do you find out that you like standing ankle deep in warm water and having people throw orange wedges at your ass? At some point or another, it's got to happen by accident, or you need to hear about it.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah. Wow.
And then by accident, how does it happen by accident?
Well, here's I was shopping.
How do you all of a sudden are in a room with someone, bare ass, and they throw an orange wedge at your ass?
So you think of the possible scenarios. You go to an outdoor proctologist. A flash flood occurs. You're in mid-exam, and while picking up
painful blisters in my time.
And there are all sorts of blisters and all sorts of areas where they occur. You can take the blisters that occur in your mouth. That can be often a nightmare.
I think the worst ones I've ever had, though, was when I was a kid, and I remember this particularly. I had brand new shoes, and I didn't wear socks. And it was the summertime, and we walked. We were outside. I don't know where we're going. I don't remember. We were kids, and we walked for miles. And I mean, it ate my feet alive. The backs of my heel, the behind your heel there, the top part of it.
You have a bad fitting shoe.
God,
you have a shoe that you have to break in for a little while.
Yeah.
During that process, it's a nightmare.
So Harper came off the bench on Friday night and actually got a hit, and I was wondering if that made the problem worse because he had the blister going into that game. He didn't start, and then he swung, got a hit, and then did not play on Saturday and Sunday, and. I wonder if, when he swung the bat on Friday night, if that added to the infection.
That is the point at which it becomes the most painful.
Oh, it's the worst
when it breaks, and then I guess the likelihood or the possibility of infection increases a lot.
Well, and he said too, he's had all these blisters before. That's nothing for a baseball player to get a blister on his hand. So he thought nothing of it, and then all of a sudden it became infected, and now it's a pretty big deal.
The blisters you get, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, Preston, from gonorrhea.
Oh my God! Stop
it's
it!
Just right.
Hey,
they're just a nuisance.
What do you consider it's not a blister? It's not a rash. When let's say you're at a water park or you go on a log flume and then you end up getting that I guess it's chafing. Is that chafing? That's not a blister, right?
I think chafing and blister are family.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Because some of the most painful chafing I ever had was on my inner thighs.
Yes.
We had rented a surfboard, and I spent hours out on this surfboard. I was a kid, and I came back, and when I came back from the beach, I got in the shower, and when that water hit, oh my God.
Yeah.
It was insanely painful. Yeah.
So, because the reason I asked is my buddy, when we were in high school, we were on a field trip to Great Adventure. And we made the mistake of doing log flumes and stuff like that early on. And he ended up getting the worst chafing. It was so bad At the end of the day, he couldn't walk back to the car.
I believe it.
He had to get on like one of the golf carts that the park provided, and they had to drive him out to the car. It was so bad. It was really bad.
So with I wear hiking shoes and trail running shoes virtually all the time. My favorite brand of shoe is Solomon for that. However, Preston, on my right pinky toe, I have to get a protective blister when I get a new pair of these shoes because it always forms in the same spot. Annoying as hell.
I just want to throw a few words out here for Kathy that people are texting in. Moist secretion.
Oh, gross. Okay.
Pulsating corpuscle.
Yeah.
Corpuscle. That is fun little phrases. So,
do you get blisters when playing golf?
You can, yeah.
I have.
I do. Like if I haven't swung the club for a while and then to go to the driving range or whatever, I'm right in this little crook in between my finger and my
I get fondue blisters when I'm having fondue. No,
I went to the driving range not that long ago. 2 days in a row, I'd forgotten to have a glove in my bag, and I immediately started getting blisters on my left hand.
I get them when playing tennis, too. Like I haven't swung the racket in a month,
I definitely can get them playing drums. I definitely have calluses from that, but those have to start as small blisters.
Oh, okay, wait. So that was my question, because I'll get calluses at the gym, like from lifting weights. So that turns into a blister, or it starts from a blister?
No, I think it's like almost like a mild form of a blister at first, and I think your body starts to heal itself by sending more
and dries it out.
I think it sends more like skin cells,
protons,
and proton therapy.
Okay.
But you can see, Casey, you can feel.
Yeah,
I have the.
I get those from lifting at the gym.
So over the years, I guess I've done it so much I no longer get that. So I no longer get those blisters because
Do you have calluses though?
Yes, I have calluses all on. I would say this is that where I would get it quite frequently, no matter how much I played, was tennis.
Yeah,
from holding the
oh yeah,
same.
Yeah.
So this is because I had to look this up. There's a thing in the cycling community called saddle sores.
Oh God! Oh dear.
Which is a taint blister, right?
Well, they can be all around your area that sits on the saddle. So yeah, because I had to look that up.
Case, that's the biggest deterrent. For as many people have told me, and when I was trying it, wear these type of shorts or get this kind of gel seat, it would still agitate.
Yeah, you have to. There's preventative measures where you use there's this stuff called butter.
Yes,
right.
It's this cream that you use, inside your shorts. Then there's stuff that you can use afterwards, but.
All right, here's a text from a distance runner. It says, and you guys have heard of this before. He said, if I don't use Body Glide on my nipples, and I'm a guy, they will bleed. It's known as a sad clown.
Oh.
And he said, shower afterwards is incredibly painful.
Kathy, have you ever heard of, and I didn't hear about this until the show Shrill, Chub Rub?
Yeah, people are texting in.
Yes.
How about Gash Hash?
Yeah, well, it's so Chub. I mean, I'll let the female speak on Chub Rub.
Yeah.
What is Chub Rub?
It's what's the stuff that you use? I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, it's like guys use it too, but it's like you can use it under your boobs or inside your legs, like if your thighs touch when you walk.
Yeah, so women who wear like dresses or skirts or whatever, their inner thighs will rub against each other as they're walking, and so if it's a longer day,
it's for chafing.
Oh, well, that's a standard.
Is it called Chub Rub?
Well, that's what.
Yes.
I don't.
The product is
that used under your boobs as
hang
well?
on, because Nick is calling in about Chub Rub. Hang on a second. Hey, Nick. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So we called for Camden County College for a little bit, and there was one golf course we were on, ungodly hot out that day, and I had the worst case of Chub Rub. My inner thighs were on fire. I had blisters. It sucked, and I had to play a full game walking.
Oh,
that's the friggin' worst.
But so there's a product called Chub Rub as well. Is that what you?
I didn't know that there was a product called.
Is that a menu item at a whorehouse?
I had heard
that's what I was thinking.
The chafing itself was called Chub Rub.
No, I'm looking at it right now.
I think both.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Nick.
Preston,
Appreciate it.
He just made me think of something that is, if you want to talk about the worst blisters to have, when you had to wear dress shoes and the back of the dress shoe against the back of you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
When shaving off the skin.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, when I was a kid, they called them Sunday shoes.
Sunday shoes. And you weren't used to wearing them. And you'd walk
they
around.
hurt. They
what?
They would, and the socks were paper thin.
Do you know where we got it, both you and I? The first walk a mile in her shoes.
Oh, yeah.
We had high heels on.
Yep.
Kathy, it was a mile on a gravel path that went up a hill.
Steve, when people,
we couldn't move.
When people ask me, about going hiking or mountain climbing or whatever, the number one recommendation I always make is get good boots, get good shoes.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, and you're hiking and you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have bad shoes or shoes that don't fit, and you get one of these blisters, it ruins the entire trip.
I have 3 brands in rotation: Merrill, Solomon, and Keen's. I guess they are.
Yeah.
All right, so going back to the blisters and how to care for them, I remember
You gotta
hearing
suck the pus out.
No, I remember hearing. I remember hearing about this quote unquote cure for it.
Oh, please.
So, and I think I tried it and I felt that it did not work. So, if you get, say, a sizable blister, like one that really raises above the skin and it fills up with that liquid,
Yeah.
I've heard if you take a needle and thread, okay?
No.
Oh, yes. I've heard this.
So you run the needle through it, which doesn't really hurt. It goes through, you pull it through the other side, and then you snip each end of the thread. So there's a little bit of thread on each side hanging out. And apparently it will slowly drain the liquid without causing a big hole in the blister.
Right.
And then that skin that's on top will settle down and it will act as a natural Band-Aid of sorts to cover that not infected area, but the area below it, the real sensitive area. I have heard and I have read that is, and I haven't done, that's been years ago.
It's probably wrong.
But I'm not sure if that's a way to do it or not, because you're not supposed to, if it does indeed pop, you're not supposed to peel that dead skin off. It's supposed to settle in and stay on top of that. It's the area below that can get infected, like Bryce Harper, that apparently can be bad. And I've never known anybody who's gotten an infected blister. If you've had one before, feel free. Tell us that lovely story.
I've had an infected blister. I'll tell you this, that what you just said is similar to what I would do sometimes, Preston, which would be take a very small needle, heat it, and then do it to let it drain that way.
Yeah.
Because if you do remove that entire blistered area, the skin underneath is new. So what? And it also there's the Kane Hodder who played Jason
Leatherface?
Voorhees.
Oh, Jason Voorhees, yeah.
He had like a horrible stuntman burn occur, like 70% of his body. And he was describing that he said, take that little blister that happens when that happens and the skin underneath and how it feels hard and it's painful just to move it slightly. That's what he had over 70% of his body.
Whoa.
Unbelievable.
It was a movie accident?
Yeah, he was actually showing he loved doing fire stunts and was good at it. Something went wrong while he was demonstrating for like a show like Extra, and he got burned. He got incinerated.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nasty. But it can if you get one and it goes bad on you, it can be pretty debilitating.
Oh my God! Well, go ahead, Nick.
I'm sorry. I'm seeing a few secret hacks for healing blisters or
Do tell.
chafing or whatever. One of them, and I've seen it more than once. Secret deodorant apparently on thighs, and then
that's for chub rub.
For chub rub, yeah. But I saw Casey. I saw it for blisters as well in an earlier text. And then there was something else that popped in. Also, one guy says he's an iron worker and he calls us wimps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, sir.
Didn't mean to scare you with our wimpiness.
I work in iron.
Let me go to, I'm going to go to Jay. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Hey, so I used to play rugby for this women's rugby team, and we were playing, and it was 95, 96 degrees, miserable day, and I had my leg taped up, and it was just rubbing against my inner thigh here.
Yeah.
I get ingrown hairs like crazy, so I had ingrown hair, and I got a blister on top of it.
Dude.
Oh, no.
And it was like the size of a golf ball.
Oh, Jesus.
So I got in the shower, and I just, took the Band-Aid off and popped it.
Oh, God almighty.
It was like, have you ever seen funnel cake?
Oh, God.
Are you serious? You ruined funnel cake.
I'll still eat it.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
I'll still eat it. I love funnel cake. I don't care.
That's awful.
Hell, man.
It sounds like Dr. Pimple Popper. Like you see stuff like that.
Absolutely,
So, Jay,
yeah.
did it ever get infected on you?
Yeah, no, it got it bad, so I had to do it again, pop it again, and then I put some ointment on it, and after a while, it kind of went away, but it was gnarly.
Probably should have gone to the doctor, don't you think?
Doctors are...
What do they know? All right. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, by the way, your nickname from now on is Funnel Cake.
Did you ever come in like in the winter? If you come in from the cold and you get that itchy like on the tops of your feet or whatever, and you'll scratch it, and not realizing, and then what you realize later, you ripped your skin off.
I've never done that.
Oh my God!
Oh, I'll do that in the shower, like when and your skin is sensitive. And
let me ask you, if you have that sort of situation, and I think I've mentioned this to you, Nick, where you have, if you with hot water spray a part of your body that's itchy, it's the greatest feeling.
It's a weird pain that's actually relieving.
Yes.
And I don't think that that's all good for
Do you
you.
know what I'm talking
Wait a
about?
minute.
Yes.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hot water on an itch?
I think it might have something to do with eczema or skin conditions or whatever. But Steve, I do the same thing as you. There's a weird, pleasant, pleasing sensation and a bit of relief of
It
using
hurts so
really,
good.
really hot scalding water. It kind of does.
Yeah.
It kind of hurts so good, and it's a bit of relief.
You're the only one who's ever echoed that.
I
It
can't.
just feels good.
I can't think
explain
that
it.
any dermatologist would recommend this course of action.
well, okay, so it says I found this on Health.
Better than scratching, I would imagine.
right?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
so as far as scratching is concerned, where's the best place to get a mosquito bite as far as the scratching is
Where
concerned?
is the best?
Nowhere.
I've never heard anyone ask that
Well,
question.
because
want
you
some
know when you
mosquito bites.
scratch an itch, it feels great,
Place
right?
to get a mosquito bite.
Man in the boat?
That was
oh my
Kathy.
God.
I don't know.
No, mosquito bites are awful. I don't want them anywhere.
No, I know. But
if you're gonna
if you're gonna scratch a mosquito bite on your ankle, I think that's the best spot.
I'm assuming you have an answer, right?
Yeah, I just said my ankles.
What about
your
behind
ankles?
the knee?
Yeah.
What about behind the knee?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's a good spot too.
That's an erogenous zone.
Is it?
Yeah.
I also remember getting stepping on a bee and getting a bee sting as a kid, and the itch that comes from a bee sting is you can't relieve that itch. Do you guys? When was the last time you were stung by a bee?
Man, I got stung by a wasp like 3 years ago. Damn it, did that hurt? I mean, it got me, and at first I was like, "Oh wow,
No.
oh my god, dude, that hurts."
Yeah.
I don't remember any itching. I just remember severe pain.
So what's the deal? So my wife now is
She's a beekeeper, yeah.
She's been stung twice. And so Benadryl is the go-to, and then we have the Dr. Mike gave us Epi, I guess, pens, right?
Yeah.
Right. I had when I was the last time I got stung, I was a lifeguard, and Kath, we were hanging out in the guardhouse. I had a ping pong paddle. I'm so mad at myself because I swatted this bee out of the air, and then 2 hours later, I stepped on it.
Oh,
Because I didn't know where it went.
bitch.
With my dying breath.
I spit at thee. Are you familiar with the Klingon saying, revenge is a dish best served cold?
Yep.
It's very cold.
Why is this bee quoting Khan?
So you killed this bee.
But I didn't. I swatted it. I didn't know where it went.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of those well, where did it go? I know I got it. I heard it. I felt it. And then, an hour or two later, I stepped on that stupid thing.
Dude, its last gasp, its last bit of energy it used to drag itself to where it knew where you were going to step.
Damn thee, thou cursed whale.
He's a fan of Millville, too. I did not know that.
Very learned.
Getting back to blisters real quick.
Yes.
Calvin Coolidge Jr. got a blister while playing tennis with his president father, Calvin Coolidge. That blister led to a sepsis infection, which ended up killing the poor young man.
oh my God.
Yeah, so
What year is this?
1924, Calvin Jr.
1924.
I'm glad you guys are laughing about the dead.
Calvin Coolidge
Turns
Jr.
out the president's son was a pussy.
It was 98 years ago, Kat, so I think we can laugh at it now.
I don't know.
Well, anyway.
Too soon?
He died.
Too soon.
My dearest wife, I was playing tennis today and I got a blister. I probably shouldn't have been doing it while the battle was raging on the fields of Gettysburg.
What? Why is that guy over there playing tennis? There are cannons firing.
Damn you, man! Fight!
The charge of the tennis brigade. This entire battalion comes out, and instead of weapons, they have tennis rackets. Oh, my God.
These guys are useless. Tennis brigade. How come they enlisted?
Oh, dear God. So Calvin Coolidge Jr. died from blood poisoning.
Yes.
Because of that sepsis that set in from a blister. It was on one of his toes.
So, Preston, what you were talking about, the draining method?
Hold on, Steve.
Yeah.
And the reason being is because he played without putting on socks. And he got the blister, and he got infected, and it killed him. A little over a week later, died within a week.
Oh, man.
So what you were talking about the draining method, you have to be very careful about not getting, a blister or a pus-filled blister infected further, because stuff like that can happen.
We have a dermatologist on the line.
All right.
Let's
so he's
go
been into space.
Let's go to Aspen. Good morning, Aspen.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We are doing wonderful. So we're talking about stuff that's right in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, so I'm starting dermatology this year, but I just finished up my first year of internal medicine. We actually learned about the blisters yesterday. I was working with an infectious disease specialist. He sees it all the time. People with boot blisters, they actually it's like toxic shock syndrome, when you leave your tampon in too long,
right.
That type of disease. Same thing can happen with blisters. And it can kill you really fast. So if you're not feeling well, you have a blister, even if it looks small and doesn't look infected, the bacteria can be in your blood.
So you've got to. So you got to, mind you, not to make people massively paranoid, but you'll know when something's getting a little bit out of hand, and you should get it tended to. Correct, Aspen?
Oh yeah, certainly. Fevers, chills,
right.
You're feeling like you have the flu. If you just have a regular old blister, 99% of the time it'll heal on its own.
But it's funny because Dr. Mike had told us, and we'd seen a couple of things about what they call on your face the triangle, and not popping blisters or pimples on your face, because that can lead to, I assume, a similar kind of blood poisoning.
Yeah, it's the triangle of death, between the eyes and the nose, all those blood vessels drain right into your brain. So the concern would be if you get any little bit of bacteria into those blood vessels, they're going to drain backwards into your brain, and you can get really bad, infections in the brain area, which never is good.
Right. Aspen, have you ever heard any of what Steve and I were talking about earlier, about using really hot water? As I have eczema, and for whatever reason, it's temporary relief. I'm sure it's terrible for my skin, but have you ever heard of that remedy before?
Yeah, people love to do that. It feels really great, again, especially for eczema, but it's actually the worst thing you can do for eczema, because it's taking off your natural barrier, and then you're going to let more allergens kind of get into those micro cracks in your skin and worsen everything. So no hot water.
All right.
So you're going to continue doing it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. I did not know that about the potential in blisters and sepsis and stuff like that. All right, Aspen, good luck with everything, and thanks for calling in.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
All right, we'll see you later.
In that triangle of death, that is, a lot of people. Yeah. Now, mind you, you can just simply put ointments on your blisters and stuff like that. You'll be fine.
Right.
You don't want to become insane in the membrane.
Right. By the way, I love this text. Says, you pussies are playing tennis while I'm doing iron work.
Does it really?
Oh, and another person. This is great. They said the lack of your historical knowledge of the 1920s and the Battle of Gettysburg makes the history nerd in me upset. But God damn it, you guys are so freaking funny.
Well, I don't have any good 20s music, so I play Civil War music.
Yeah, he played Civil War music, and it led us to Gettysburg.
I do need some good. I need to. All right,
we have the Charleston.
Listen. Cheap
20s music.
Cheap jokes override historical accuracy every day.
Agreed.
Right? Yeah.
But they love it. They love it. All right. So, listen, we need to take a break because I saw Mr. Coach Dick Vermeil in the Acme Lounge as we speak. It's so cool. He's sitting out there, and we're going to get him here in the studio in just a little bit. There's a charity event coming up that he is a part of, and you will want to hear the information about that. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with the B-File, and then we'll get Coach Vermeil in here with us. Stay with us.
With his orange wedges.
Out of excitement, he knocks it off the table, and an orange wedge hits you in the ass.
And he's like, oh, sweet mystery of life.
Yes.
So, I think
you can't just wake up in the morning and go, oh, it'd be a real turn on an orange wedge hitting me in the ass.
The Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly writes in her new book about being sexually harassed by the network's former head, Roger Ailes, who was ousted earlier this year amid similar allegations from several women.
I want to fart in your face.
Is that Ailes?
Oh, my God.
That big slob. The
hell is going on?
He just impresses me as such a disgusting guy.
That's his thing?
That's his thing.
I did not know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I want to fart in your face.
Oh my God.
You've seen him, right? He's like something out of Dune. He's like one of the,
Baron von Harkonnen. Yeah. Vladimir Harkonnen.
He really just looks really bad. He should be hooked up to she comes into the room, he's hooked up to the hoses flying in the air.
Come over here. I want to fart in your face.
God.
It's so gross. Can't deal with it.
And who would come over there?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Certainly no professional.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, he's got massive jowls, man. Big time.
And
we're looking at a picture of him right now.
He's done it with a few women. It's just horrific.
So in a chapter of her upcoming book, Kelly writes about Ailes that he offered to advance her career in exchange for sexual favors and made physical advances against her that she rejected, including, quote, trying to grab me repeatedly and kiss me on the lips. She writes that when she shoved Ailes away, quote, he asked me ominous questions like, when is your contract?
Because I can make them on demand. Come on, lean in close. You're going to like this. It's cheese.
I got to take a breath here. Saw this interesting article.
We'll determine that.
All right. It is by psychotherapist Abby Rodman. Now, it is about various types of affairs that can take place in a relationship. Now, we just think of one type of affair, the physical affair. But there are more than one of those.
This is interesting. Explain.
I shall. There is the emotional affair. Okay. One partner in this type of affair, one partner is starving for an adult emotional connection, and they've usually given up on getting it from their spouse. The partner may be depressed and not feel like themselves anymore. Then someone they know, a coworker, for instance, pays attention to them.
Yeah, you've heard the term like work wife and work husband.
Yes, yeah, and I can see that. To me, that always just constitutes a good friend.
Yeah, but I think a work wife is more. You let your actual wife know about your work wife. You don't let your actual wife know about an emotional affair.
I think that might be the case, yes. The partner usually, but however it says here, the partner usually justifies the emotional affair because they see it
Great
as
handies.
The lesser of two evils. No, there are no handies.
Oh, there are no
involved
handies. I'm sorry.
In the
that
emotional
would be
affair.
physical. You're right.
Well, and that's dumb. It's a hand.
Yeah, it's a hand. It's not even a vagina.
The point of that.
There's
That's like not even cheating.
There's your motto, Steve.
Wait, did you say Kathy just justified that handies aren't even cheating?
Because this just in. The sexual world was rocked by the revelation that since a handy is not a vagina, it's not cheating. Men of all walks of life hurried out of work running home.
Breaking news.
No, it says they.
Turns out it's not cheating.
The president.
If you ever thought that was bad, Kathy says it's not. Because it's not even a vagina.
You remember a while back we received a coconut in the mail.
Yeah.
Somebody just put an address on and mailed it and didn't know you could do that. So I asked for other odd items to be sent to us through the mail. Well, we've gotten a few of them.
What'd you say right now is the most unique thing we've received? Would it be the coconut?
No, I think it's that rewinder.
The rewinder? Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's
tape in here.
Is there?
Oh,
what is it?
Let's see what
Play
it
it.
is.
It's got to be porn.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Oh my God.
What is it?
All right. Hang on. Let's play a little game.
Oh.
I love little games. I will reveal cast characters to you.
Oh, it's like the Leonard Maltin game.
Yeah.
With Doug Benson.
Mm-hmm.
Doug loves movies.
Yeah, so it's
you got key grip.
No, you want to go like on the list of five
go with
down?
the co-stars. Yeah, 5 down.
5 down.
All right, 5th one down.
Yep.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Steve will
4.
probably get this.
5.
John Mahoney.
John Mahoney.
Ooh.
The comedian?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to turn this into
Say
a giveaway?
anything?
From it was from Frasier's dad, right?
Yeah.
Say anything, probably. That's guess number 1.
that's
Okay,
wrong.
no. All right.
Next, Michael Lerner.
It's a woman, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a man, Michael Lerner.
No, I'm thinking Michael Learned.
Yes, from the Waltons. Played the mom.
Okay. I don't know.
6th down. You want me to do 6 down because it's a bigger name?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Spaced Invaders?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to go down real quick?
I don't care.
It's a
Just
bigger
give us
name.
another name.
Tony Shalhoub was 6.
Tony Shalhoub. This isn't Galaxy. No.
No, because the others aren't in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the year of the movie by any chance?
Sure.
All right. The year of the movie was 1991.
Year was 1991.
Okay.
And Tony Shalhoub had just completed production of a major motion picture.
All right. Above Michael Lerner is Judy Davis.
Judy Davis.
I don't know who that is.
A great actress, and she played many biographies. She also played Judy Garland.
Okay.
All right. Next one up. 2nd down is John Goodman.
Ooh.
Wow.
King Ralph?
No.
No.
Not a comedy. How about that?
Oh,
comedy.
The Babe.
No.
The Bitch.
No, that was Joan Collins. Looks a lot like
How's our
John Goodman these days.
How's our text board? Did they? Any
I'm not
guesses?
checking.
I'm not looking.
All right, go ahead. One more.
All right.
The main star.
So John Goodman,
Tony Shalhoub. John Mahoney.
and it was not a comedy.
It was not a comedy. All right, so it's something very powerful, would we say? Is it DC Cab?
I've only heard of this movie. I've never seen it.
All right. So you only have one name left.
I have one name left.
Probably Citizen Kane then.
And it's the title character.
Okay.
I almost said the name of the movie.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
Oh, Barton Fink.
Yeah!
There you go.
Son of a bitch.
Never heard of it.
Coen Brothers.
Never even heard of that movie.
It's very trippy.
Well, now you can watch it, Preston.
Yeah, right.
In beautiful VHS.
Well, we just
someone get a VHS player and put an address on it. Send it to us.
Yeah.
Undefeated records. Eric, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock. Uma Thurman needs the word.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Wow.
Case, how did you just do that? Do that
They're
again.
all right next to each other.
Do it again.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
Nice work. All right, Eric, what's up, man? Tell us about your perfect record.
When I was in the military, we went down to Haiti in like 96 around then for deployment. From the time we got on the Eisenhower to go down, which was like mid-September, we were down there about 5-6 months. For 3.5 months, me and my best friend were undefeated in the card game Spades.
How do you play spades?
Do you know how to play hearts?
A little bit.
It's basically hearts, but with spades.
Hey, now, Spades is a partner game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually played 4 people, 2 to a team.
Okay. You need. There's a Stephen King book called Hearts in Atlantis. You need to read that. It's a very. There's a whole segment about the game of hearts that I think you'll dig, man.
Yeah, I played.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Eric. We'll see
I
you.
played Hearts and Pinochle, and so Spades is kind of like a combination of those two. I got to tell you, when it comes to Spades, there was a giant bone of contention between my circle of high school friends. There's a scene in Boys in the Hood where I think Ice Cube says, "Yo, y'all want to bust some spades?" And my friend, and still to this day, thinks he says spags. And I'm like, spags isn't a thing. It's not a game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed your
peanut butter.
This just in. Clarification on dialogue that appeared in the movie Boys in the Hood so many years ago. There's no such thing as spags. We know it as Jimmy Leshevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, how about this whole Boys in the Hood conundrum? I was confused by it, honestly. I thought he said spags. But I thought to myself, there is no such thing as that, right? Thanks, Jim. Thanks always. Very, very insightful commentary.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go to Tyler. Has a record. Hey, Tyler. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about people having a perfect record. What about you?
All right, I got a perfect record for getting stoned every single day and going to school and getting straight A's.
Straight A's. You got so you're an exemplary student, though you were stoned absolutely every. Now, would that be Monday through Friday, just school days, or were you?
No, every day.
Every day.
Wow. And you got straight A's.
Straight A's. I'm like a teacher's pet. Like the teacher has to say, Tyler, like we know you know the answer. Just stop raising your hand at this point.
Were you the teacher's supplier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't sell drugs.
Okay, good.
All right.
So you're like the champion of drug addicts.
Sure.
Yeah,
for getting good grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's it's a little bit of a contorted title, but it is a title.
That's it. Listen, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
undefeated.
I'll take anything that you want to tell us about.
What
Thanks,
are you the
man.
champion of then at that point?
Of beating the odds, I guess.
Yes,
right?
of course. Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have to smoke resin one time. He always, right?
What's that? I'm not understanding.
When you run out of weed, you just you get like a paper clip or whatever, and you scrape out all the resin in your apparatus, and you
Casey,
smoke that.
I used to be called Captain Blackfingers.
Captain Black. Look at you, Cheech and Chong over here.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't actually have the leafy substance.
Captain Blackfingers.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, a lot of people still want to watch reruns of The Cosby Show on television. In a Twitter announcement yesterday, Bounce TV said, "You asked and we heard you loud and clear, bouncers. We're bringing back The Cosby Show by popular demand."
I don't know if I have Bounce.
No, and you know what? Well, I don't know either, but Seventh Heaven is playing in syndication. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, you figured how would you do that?
Yeah, but if people want to see it.
Stephen Collins was admitted to sexual contact with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
To me, I would find it difficult to believe him as a preacher in that show.
Yeah.
And Cosby is the ultimate dad at this point, I think, is not workable.
Well, it's old, and people might have they might look past that and just look at the characters as opposed to the people actually playing them.
You think so? I should revisit the Charles Manson sitcom.
What was that? I don't remember. Was that back in Oh, it was like a family sitcom, or
Squeaky, I hear you got a bad grade today. Why didn't you go out and kill a white pig?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Take advantage of Pella's summer sale today. You can get 40% off installation or 3-year interest-free financing for a limited time. Visit PellaPhilly.com. Designed for today and whatever comes next. So this is a pretty messed up story. 2 men were charged with murder in a house explosion near St. Louis that authorities say killed 4 people who were assembling fireworks in a garage.
Yeah.
And they're facing murder
charges.
Prosecutors say 37-year-old Terrell Cooks and 43-year-old Seneca Mann made fireworks and directed younger people on how to load the canisters and attach a fuse for lighting. Jeez. They would then sell the fireworks to others. Neither Cooks nor Mann had a license to make or sell fireworks. They were each charged with 3 counts of second-degree murder and several other charges. They were charged before a 4th victim died on Saturday. The victims in the powerful blast that shook other homes and blew out neighbors' windows were identified as 16, 17, 18, and 21-year-olds.
Wow.
Authorities have said that a 12-year-old child was also injured in the explosion. Cooks had admitted that he and Mann made explosive devices designed to make a loud bang and bright flash. Investigators saw Cooks moving boxes of chemicals used to make explosives to his vehicle after Friday's explosion, and they found large quantities of completed explosive weapons and components and manufactured them.
So I always think in this context, the Garucci family, known for making fireworks, they had their facility blow up one time, and it was an accident. So if the pros are blowing themselves up, perhaps you should stay away from
volatile stuff. You have to be very, very careful with it. A judge earlier this week dismissed the cannibalism charge against a North Idaho man accused of a 70-year-old of killing a 70-year-old man last year.
I have to say, he was rather tasty.
James D. Russell faces first-degree murder for the killing and was bound over on that charge during a preliminary hearing. So the prosecutor, Lewis Marshall, said the court did not find sufficient evidence to show the defendant actually ingested parts of the deceased body. Investigators.
He had a toe hanging out of his mouth.
Investigators arrested Russell in September on suspicion of killing David M. Flaggett, who was found dead in his pickup truck. An autopsy found that Flaggett died of blunt force trauma to the head and neck. The examiner also found evidence of post-mortem mutilation on several parts of his body. Investigators searched Russell's apartment and found tissue consistent with flesh missing from Flaggett. The flesh was confirmed to be the victim's. Authorities also seized a bloodied bowl and microwave from his residence. Lab confirmed these items had Flaggett's DNA on them, but they're dismissing the cannibalism charge as of now because they can't prove that he actually ate those
Sure
missing
looks like
pieces of
it.
flesh. I know, right? So he's scheduled for an arraignment. So
He
we'll see
even
about
wrote over the microwave present where it says pizza, he wrote human flesh.
No.
Yeah.
So this is tragic, but Casey, you've mentioned Mount Washington a few times.
Yeah.
A man died after he was caught in severe weather while hiking a trail near Mount Washington in New Hampshire. The hiker Ji Shen of Andover, Massachusetts, was hiking the Gulfside Trail on Saturday night when he was caught up in freezing temperatures rife with snow, wind, and sleet. Reportedly attempting a solo presidential traverse, which requires hikers to summit several peaks in the presidential range. The hiker's wife contacted the Fish and Game Department to report that she had received a text from him saying that he was wet and cold and could not continue hiking. The department said in a press release that the hiker further wrote that he felt that he would die without a rescue. Responders fought through strong rains, snowfall, and more than 80-mile-per-hour wind to find the man. Bob Mancini of the New Hampshire Fish and Game said it wasn't like June. It was a winter event. Unless you had winter gear, you were not prepared for the conditions. So that type of weather happens in the summertime there.
So there was a movie recently based on a true story. I think Naomi Watts was in it about a similar thing, about talking about how that mountain is so volatile.
Yeah. He said you were stumbling, staggering, just trying to stay upright in the wind. You couldn't see more than one cairn at a time. Conservation officers said that they received several rescue calls on Saturday from hikers who were at high elevation summits and ridgelines in the presidential range.
Did you say Karens?
Yeah, C-A-R-I-N.
What are you doing on this mountain? Why are you so noisy?
Get away from me.
Get away from me. I've got pepper spray.
You can only see one Karen. That's how bad it was.
I'm another Karen. I don't want you up here.
The conditions in the high peaks were treacherous, the agency said. When they found him, he was unresponsive and in a hypothermic state. They carried him more than a mile to the summit of Mount Washington, where he was placed on a truck and driven down the mountain service road to a hospital, and he did not make it. So, yeah, it lives up to its reputation. Mount Washington is pretty formidable.
The highest velocity wind ever recorded on Earth, right?
I believe so, yeah. And can you drive to the top of it?
Yeah.
Because I see those bumper stickers that say this car climbed Mount Washington.
Yeah, and I've done that as well. And listen, if you're not driving and you're a passenger, it's terrifying. But I
also pee with the wind, right?
Pee with the wind, and then also, you have to be careful of, your brakes giving out on you on the way down. Yeah, because you're riding the brakes so much when you're on your way down.
All right, and then finally, this is pretty wild. I know those were pretty horrific stories.
Yes.
This one a little...
Cannibalism and death by frost bite.
A little lighter. A fisherman in northern Cambodia hooked what researchers say is the world's largest freshwater fish.
Did you guys see this thing?
No.
It's a stingray, and you will not believe how big this thing is.
It's freshwater, and it's enormous.
Casey, here's a video of it. It's just massive. The fisherman caught the 661-pound fish, which measured about 13 feet across.
And they caught it with a Popeil pocket fisherman.
Oh,
Preston.
my goodness. It was near a remote island on the Mekong River. A team of scientists helped tag, measure, and weigh the ray before it was released back into the river.
I don't think they were aware that they got this big, right? I mean,
not in the river. Yeah. So the research group believes that it was healthy when released and expects it to survive. The tag will allow researchers to track
I'm only 2 years old.
the fish's movements, and they hope they learn more about the species' behavior. The catch highlights how little they know about these giant freshwater fish.
Let's go out for coffee.
A specialist said, you have a fish that's now the record holder in the world's largest freshwater fish, and we know little about it. The fisherman caught the giant stingray with a hook and line on the evening of June 13th and contacted researchers the next morning. And researchers were already in northern Cambodia to install underwater receivers as part of a project to track migratory fish in the river. So they jumped right on this.
It's amazing.
And they threw it back out there, so now they'll be able to track it and find out more about these animals. So it's pretty wild, man. That's it. We're going to wrap the bizarre file with that one. Don't forget, today is Tattoo Tuesday. You want to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. Text the word tattoo to 39333.
Nice.
Giving away $350 gift certificate from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. They're at 1729 South Street in Philly. Do a search for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. You'll see how awesome these artists are. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Coach Stick Vermeil is in our Acme Lounge right now, and he's going to be in here. There's a charity event coming up that he's a part of that you can be a part of. And actually, we're going to have tickets to give away. It's coming up on Friday. I'll tell you more about it when we get back.
Nice.
Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Got to say to the door.
That's the opening shot. Oh, God.
And they're at the Spawn Movie Ranch there.
Oh, my God.
Wait a second. This isn't my knife. It's a melon baller. The voice in my head says, we're going out for ice cream.
And then there's the episode where he carved the swastikas in their forehead. Oh,
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You never like anything. I think it makes me look Nazi-ish. I just think it's going to be an issue when you apply for jobs. I'm much to my own drummer, woman. Now go kill someone.
All right.
Leave as little circumstantial evidence as possible. Who's laughing? He goes, you can laugh track. What the hell? Can't you hear that? Who are you?
All right.
That's on Bounce as well. That's the lead-in.
The show was...
It's Manson and Cosby for the Power Hour.
The show was syndicated in 1988, and various networks showed reruns up until 2014 when TV Land, Bounce TV, and BET all stopped airing the show due to the sexual assault allegations.
Cosby and Manson doing press together for the...
Oh, my God. At a conference. There were a couple pieces of audio you wanted me to play, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Yoko. I think she posted this on her Facebook account, Yoko Ono. She had an auditory reaction to President-elect Donald Trump.
Oh, wait. Is this
okay. It's real.
Is it words or is it...
You tell me.
It's an auditory reaction.
Tell me. In classic Yoko fashion, and this was a message to her followers, and to her, I guess to her followers, this means something.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this yet.
Okay. You know what that sounds like? You know when you have a balloon, and you let the air out, but you put it in your mouth and you go, ow, wow,
Marissa, can we find a balloon, please?
Do you know what it also sounds like?
No, I mean an actual balloon around here.
I got it.
Casey's got it. We need a real balloon.
A real man's balloon. We got
those
condoms.
are gigantic. Look at this.
All right, well, go ahead, blow it
It's
up.
a weather balloon,
It's
for
a
Christ's sake.
douchebag is what it is.
Either we have a tiny balloon or a Zeppelin.
It's a hot water bottle.
The hell is
this
that?
Won't work.
It might.
All right, try it. All right, try it.
He's going to pass out trying to blow it up.
And you know what? Preston is actually really good at just picking up wind instruments, so you might be able to actually recreate this.
You might be a virtuoso.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play it for him while he's blowing.
Okay. All right, stop.
Got it.
What the hell's going on?
Trying to lick it.
Stop laughing. This is serious.
Yes, come on. You don't have to get it right up on the mic.
Maybe Yoko is
I can't
talented.
get it to squeak.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
All right,
Here we go.
Sounds like a heart.
No, got to take it back.
I need a different balloon.
Not going to work.
Go to promotions. Get me. God damn it! Give me a real balloon.
Where's those balloons I requested? can't come out of a Green Day song into a balloon segment.
You can't come out of Yoko Ono.
Yoko Ono into a balloon segment. Shut that bitch up.
Can you do the exploding Yoko for me, Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite bits of all time. Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, we're good to go. That's what she sounds like.
Her voice is hurting my ears.
It's just annoying. And please, the enablers.
Stop putting microphones in front of her face.
I would say the people that supported Hitler and enabled Hitler.
Who does she have around her?
Yeah, they're just as bad.
They're
so talented.
It's not doing the mouth thing. It's not with them.
Who the hell is doing that?
Nick, it was the balloon.
You got to go like this, Preston.
Jesus.
Wait a minute. Are you actually saying woo while you're doing that? No, stop that.
Why? It's added to it.
He asked you a question.
That's not hurting your ears? You would get you'd get a more pleasant sound if you ran over a cat with a lawnmower.
This is terrible.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, that's her take on the whole election.
Who's doing that?
Should we stop?
Yes.
Yeah.
See if you can guess what song this is.
See if you can what?
See if you can guess what song this is.
Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, wait, we may have invented a new game. Here we go. What? That's just rhythm. That has no...
It's a song you should know. Oh,
wait, that was Limelight.
Yes, it was.
Seriously?
It was pulling up.
Do it again.
It took me a minute.
Can you do Crash Into Me?
That's hard. I can try. Let me get it for you.
Here, wait, hold on.
Steve's going to do it.
No, I can't.
Oh, you're just blowing up a balloon for fun.
I just like to blow up balloons. I really, if you're having a prom or something coming up, give me a call.
Is this the dumbest thing we've ever done?
It's in there. It's in there.
Do we want to stay on sugary?
No, I need savory now.
Savory, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to savory. Let's see. Shake Shack is adding more chicken to its menu.
Okay.
It's just in.
Dude.
The Shake Shack adding more chicken to its menu. And landslide in Peru kills 100,000.
Hey, by the way.
We go down to Jimmy Gushevsky, who's at Shake Shack.
Are you leading with that?
By the way, speaking of landslides, they saved the 3 cows.
They did?
Yes, that were up on that.
How'd they get them down?
I don't know. I didn't read the full
They
story.
raised New Zealand.
Nick had it up earlier, but it was that New Zealand earthquake that caused a landslide, and there were 3 cows up on top of that little plateau.
Cows were terrified. They were full of milkshakes. Boom!
He was laughing at himself. He couldn't even get it out.
Wow. That's a horrible joke.
That's so good. They were filled full of milkshakes.
Cows had milkshakes in them.
Because they were so scared. They were shaking.
I thought it was because the ground shook.
No. Hey, that's
the problem.
Wait, that's a good one.
It was an earthquake.
It was an earthquake, so they were full of milkshakes.
Got it.
All right. Anyway, I don't know how they did it, Kathy. We'll fall into that later on. So anyway,
They shot him.
Back to Shake Shack.
He shot him and threw him off.
They had a helicopter with a machine gun
Look
on
at
it.
him.
They're saved.
The Ride of the Valkyries.
And the cows inside.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how they
God, there's so much of a story here.
went about it.
We have our cows inside.
All right. Anyhow, moving on. Back to the Shake Shack and the chicken.
Yeah.
We were speaking earlier this morning in our entertainment roundup about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being the sexiest man alive.
Yeah, I sometimes don't support those decisions, but I have to agree with this one.
You agree with this one?
On a guy level to a guy, I would say that because he's a cool guy. He seems like a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He seems like a guy who would hold you down.
Yes.
And take you.
Yeah.
And take you and make you realize things about yourself. That's what he seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some I have not agreed with. Richard Gere, you would agree with, right?
Oh yeah, I loved Richard Gere.
Yeah, it's interesting what floats their particular boat every year.
They usually pick somebody who's got something going on too, as far as being in the public eye in a big project, and they're successful as well.
In 1992, Nick Nolte won it.
No way.
Yeah.
All right, what did that picture look like, though?
I don't feel so good. In 92, it would have been fine. It would have been the time, I guess, around maybe the Prince of Tides.
Yeah, I mean, he's 51 at the time.
Yeah.
In 89, Sean Connery won it at age 59.
I have to poop.
There's a few other.
I have to poop now. So take your damn picture.
Take it now.
Take your picture now. I have to poop. He, I guess they were trying to show that an older guy could be.
Yeah, that was right when Last Crusade came out. And then Richard Gere won again in 99 at the age of 50, and Harrison Ford won in 98.
There you go.
At 56.
Stop thinking about that.
It was one of the more
poop.
Take your picture. Got to poop.
Long story short, I'm a murderer. My son is really into fish and fish tanks, so we bought one. I got one for his birthday, which was back in September, and it took me a while to get it up and running. It's the first time I've
I remember
ever
you
owned
mentioning
a
this. Yeah.
Fish tanks seem like a great idea.
They do. And I'm actually overall really happy with the purchase.
Right,
I have a friend named Cheryl who's been really helpful in guiding me through some of this stuff because I didn't know what I was doing.
Are there a lot of fish?
Initially, there were 4.
Okay.
Initially.
Well, Superman, Macro, ice cream, and a 4th one.
R.I.P.
No.
How big of a tank, by the way? How many gallons?
Like 29 gallons. So I went away this past weekend. I went up to North Central PA and came back, and Superman, who was the biggest of the fish, was dead.
Yep.
So, it sucked because I knew that I was going to have to make a decision. And that decision was, do I tell my son whether or not this fish has died?
Right.
And
is he super connected to it? Does he?
Well, it's his. I don't know. It's his fish tank. It's in his room. He picked out all the fish to go into the tank. So he's been very active in the decision making process. He named all of them.
I would get attached to my fish. Like I would be sad when they would die.
Yeah, and they don't really have a ton of personality, but they have some, and then you sort of figure out which ones stayed at the bottom and which ones come to the top.
Which ones never move.
Which ones never move.
And
which
just
ones
sit there on the bottom.
Which ones hide behind the little hut at the bottom of the thing.
Which ones decompose.
Which ones decompose. Which ones eat other ones.
Yeah.
So I took Superman out with the little net and put him in the toilet and flushed him down, and he went to fish heaven.
Yeah.
So this was over the weekend. It's now.
Where's that coming from? It's so damn loud. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
So it's now Wednesday, and I have yet to tell my son. And so I don't know. Here's the quandary. Do I inform my son of what has happened with the fish and teach him the lessons of life and that death is a part of life and that we move on? Or do I just go out and get a replacement fish and pretend like it never happened?
I tell you what is an easy swap out is a turtle.
Yeah.
Those little turtles.
There's a great storyline in the movie My Blue Heaven. Joan Cusack accidentally knocks a turtle into the garbage disposal.
Well, speaking of the garbage disposal, about 2 years ago, actually it was a Christmas present. Santa brought Jace a betta fish, a pretty red betta fish. And I was cleaning out the nice bays.
Thank you very much, Kathy. We are thrilled to have our next guest in the studio. He is headed for the NFL Hall of Fame this year.
So great.
Well deserved. And may I say, from my first time meeting him in person, he's a damn good-looking man. Please welcome Coach Dick Vermeil to the program.
Thank you.
Good morning, Coach.
Thank you. Nice to be with you.
Nice to see you. I'm going to start right off with the way you look. You're 85 years old, I believe.
Yes, sir.
There's no way I'll look like that.
No
at
way.
85.
No way.
You look fantastic.
Well, thank you. I inherited good genes, drink good wine, and I work out. Okay.
There you go. All those things.
Yeah.
Working out is a key, yeah.
Admittedly, I met you in the Acme Lounge. I wanted to go over and say hi, and I was very nervous. I was very, very
no
nervous.
reason to be nervous around me, believe me.
Yeah, I don't know. I grew up in this area. I was an Eagles fan, season ticket holder for as long as I can remember. You were the first head coach of the team that I can remember. So going in there, I was like, I don't say the wrong thing. So I just decided to not say much at all.
It's probably great. You know, though I have to say, it's a funny thing because when I see you, I think of something that's burned in the minds of all of us on the show. At least Preston, I know, for years when we did the Camp Out for Hunger at the Adams Mark.
Yeah, we would actually be camped in this parking lot for a week
under the billboard with your face on it.
Yes,
Independence Blue Cross.
Yes,
I still represent them.
Oh, there you go.
We woke up every morning to a giant Dick Vermeil right in front of us.
Did he give you a headache?
No, it was a pleasant, warm smile.
Yeah.
We were only too happy to be there. But
it absolutely was. Hey, congratulations on the Hall of Fame. The induction is in August, I believe.
Yes, it is. First week in August. August 6th is the actual induction day. It's at noontime this year on a Saturday, so people can hold their celebration party Saturday night.
Nice.
Yeah.
You were telling us an interesting story off air. The first person to call you when word got out about that was who?
One of them was Mario Andretti.
Mario Andretti.
Yeah, it was a big thrill to me because I grew up in a garage, my dad's old garage right behind the house. He was in small-time auto racing, and those kind of people were always held in very high esteem for me. And Mario Andretti has always been one of my favorite individuals.
Was there a point at which you might have veered into the world of racing yourself?
Oh, that was my ambition.
Yeah.
Wow. I wanted to. Probably for a number of reasons, but yeah, I had. In fact, I still have the old race car my dad had. I'll show it at the museum on Saturday at the Simeon place. But anyway,
a great event.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do initially. But a high school football coach came in there and convinced me maybe I could play college football. So I changed my mind.
Wow. There we go.
Where did you end up playing your ball?
San Jose State.
Where?
I wasn't much of a player. San Jose State.
Okay.
Yeah.
So real quick, I was at a charity function of yours, or that you were at years ago. It was probably 15 years ago, maybe even more. But what you don't know is what I know. This is at the Sheridan in Old City. You had pulled up into the carport area, and you dropped off it was a Porsche. I believe it was a 911 Carrera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2000. Let's see. 2014.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you went in, and the valet did not know how to drive your car, and it was like I was like, oh my God, thank God he's not here right now.
Yeah.
Just grinding your gears, something fierce.
Yeah, it was a great car. I drove it for 10 years off
Did
and
you
on.
really? Okay.
Yeah, when I retired for coaching and came here, it wasn't real practical for me living out in Chester County.
No.
I put 30,000 miles on it. It was a beautiful automobile. My wife bought it for me as a gift.
Oh.
Really? I was too cheap to buy it myself. But she bought it for me as a gift, and I really love the car.
You probably could have
I
put
scared
40,000.
myself with it a few times.
You're in Chester County. That's a bit of a commute.
Yeah,
to get into the city.
But I lived in Bryn Mawr when I was coaching.
Okay, when you were coaching, you were in Bryn Mawr.
Actually moved into Chester County in 1987, believe it or not.
So beautiful out there.
Oh yeah, I don't know what heaven looks like, but I think I'm living there.
It's just gorgeous. I do want to mention the event. We'll chat some more, but the 5th annual Philadelphia Concours d'Elegance at the Simeon Foundation Automotive Museum is this weekend. It's Friday and Saturday.
We were just talking about this museum, which is phenomenal.
Well, Dr. Simeon had just passed away. And we were talking about this amazing collection of vehicles that are there. And you're going to have the race car that you had mentioned. What kind of car is that?
It's an old sprint car, the old black 7.
Okay.
It looks a lot better than it used to when it was a race car. I restored it to show it and display it and those kind of things. And I've donated it to the Sprint Car Hall of Fame in Knoxville, Iowa, because my dad's in that Hall of Fame. So when I'm finished playing with it, I'll send it there.
I assume it doesn't have the big
No. This is built in 1926.
Oh, wow.
There's no safety feature on it, believe me.
Can you still throw up the hood and tinker around and do some work under the?
Oh yeah, that vintage, yes, easy. But not the modern
not the new stuff.
No,
yeah.
I opened the hood today. I can't believe what I see under there.
So is that sort of a Zen thing for you if you do a little automotive work? Is that it? Yeah.
You know, that background has helped me all through my career.
Okay.
I mean, I fixed a light switch in the house the other day. You know, if I hadn't grown up working in a garage, you know, I know people that can't dump the garbage, let alone change the light switch. You know?
Right.
So tickets are available for the event. You can get them now. We will give some away in a little bit. But when are you going to be there, Coach?
I'm there Friday night for the gala.
Okay.
We have a little Vermeil wine event there, and the people that volunteers and everything will be nice. Then Saturday from 10 to 3 o'clock is the display of the Carroll Shelby Cobras.
Oh,
and
my
the Viper,
God.
And the Viper. And the people that actually promoted and made Carroll Shelby Cobra cars worldwide famous are going to be there as well.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Did I hear you say off air that some of your grapes at your vineyard were damaged in the fire last year?
Yeah, we lost all our red grapes in the 2020 forest fire. Yeah. The vines did not burn. They were damaged by the smoke. Now, we picked the Zinfandel and the Petite Syrah thinking they made it. About the third process with our winemakers in making that wine, they determined it was not the quality, and we had to dump it. So about $50,000 worth of grapes went.
How precarious is that? Because there's the wine culture is a very. I don't drink, and yet I'm fascinated by wine culture. I'm the vineyards and the whole thing, but the with a vineyard. It seems like there's just a plethora of things that you have to be worried about. It has to be just right. And you're constantly doing this sort of slalom. Is that a correct perception, or is it a little bit easier than we would think?
No, you're right on.
Yeah.
You're right on. And it's so many variables that control the quality of the grape. Now, if you're making high-end quality wines like we do, we don't make a lot, but we make it right, and it's expensive. And now we have over 470 club members, 135 here in Philadelphia.
Wow.
So it's very delicate, very, and I'm not an expert on it, believe me.
Right.
The vineyard I'm involved with, the Frediani vineyard, is a 170-acre vineyard today. My great-grandfather on the Italian side of my family owned 18 acres of it a long time ago. In fact, we still pick it.
Really?
But, there's a lot of issues. We've had forest fire problems. We've had earthquake problems. We've had flooding problems. We've had high-temperature problems. The climate is gradually changing a little bit, and you really have to know what you're doing if you're going to continue to produce quality wine.
Right.
Wow, so this goes back in your family history.
Yes, my great-grandfather Garibaldo Icari on the Italian side. Summer home was in Calistoga, and I was born in that home. Fortunately, my dad loved it there and turned the old barn into a garage when he was a kid and worked there until he passed.
Wow. You know what I was realizing, I was having this conversation, is you're the same age as my father, and my dad played college football for University of Kentucky, some Wildcats, and actually played against people like Fran Tarkenton, and Don Shula was an assistant coach for him as well. Sure. And I love hearing stories about that time and that stage of the game and the way it was played back then, and what a different animal it was. It was brutal.
Yeah, it really was. It was 11 on 11.
Yeah, he would tell me stories about some dirty tricks that were used and pileups and stuff, reaching under and fish hooking and stuff like that in the nose. And my dad played with he had broken wrists and he played with casts on.
My God!
It's when they played Ironman football. They played both.
I played
sides.
both ways in college.
Did you really?
Poorly, but I played poorly.
Did you come out unscathed, or were there any injuries along the way?
No knee injuries or anything. I think there are more knee injuries and all that kind of stuff today in the modern game that we experienced in the earlier phases.
I just think
of pro
people
football.
are too fast for what bodies can handle. You know what I mean?
Do you think that's it? That's what's exacerbating the knee injuries? What Casey's saying, the size of the athlete?
Kids today grow up sitting in front of a computer.
Yeah.
I didn't know what one was until I went back into coaching. Really, and you grew up riding bicycles and doing all these activities outside. I have to think it adds to the quality of the strength and conditioning of your knees and your hips and everything around your body. But, I can't prove it, but I just think also the approach, less contact and everything within the practice sessions, shorter sessions and all that. I think sometimes it's defeating its own purpose because they aren't truly prepared for the tempo of the game then on Sunday. Just as an old man's opinion.
Okay.
I apologize in advance if you get tired of talking about this subject, but I'd like to ask you about January 11th, 1981, the championship game against the Dallas Cowboys. My dad was in attendance that game. He sat at the 40-yard line. He never had good seats to any Eagles games ever, but somehow scored tickets on the 40-yard line. And he contends that the loudest he ever heard the vet was when Wilbert Montgomery scored the touchdown, the winning touchdown, and ran for 40-plus yards to score that touchdown. What are your memories of that day and of that run in particular?
Well, I remember the run specifically because it was put in the game plan to counter everything we'd been doing from shotgun formations and shifting and all that kind of stuff. And it was very predictable. If you got in specific formations against the Cowboys, they would be in specific type of man coverages where they're all watching the wide receiver spread. When Wilbert Montgomery broke that run, the corners and safeties didn't even see him. They were all in man-to-man situations initially. And, Wilbert was here in town Thursday night with Jaworski's event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he looks great. I made a coach out of Wilbert Montgomery when I went back into coaching because I was deeply in debt for him making me look a lot smarter than I really was. But I remember a lot of things about that game. But maybe what doesn't get a lot of credit is how well Marion Campbell's defense played that day. John Bunning, Carl Harrison, Bill Berge, Frank LeMaster, those guys, we just lost Claude Humphrey this year, passed on, but those guys dominated the line of scrimmage. When you hold Dallas to like they did, those kids really, really played.
Wow. That's amazing. Go ahead, Keith.
I was going to ask what your thoughts are that, what sort of aspects can you indicate that makes a good coach, right? Not a coordinator, because I actually got to talk to Dallas Goedert and Avonte Maddox in the offseason. And I was talking to him about Jonathan Gannon, who is the defensive coordinator for the Eagles right now. And they're like, he's going to be a head coach one day, right? That he just has it. And I don't know what it is. There are countless coordinators in and around the league that never get that shot to be the head coach, but there's for some reason there is just this quality that these coordinators have that make them a good head coach. And I don't know if you can pinpoint what what those qualities are.
Well, I think probably number one, you have to be able to connect with people. If they don't trust you, they don't listen to you.
Right.
More so today than ever before, because the kids we're coaching today weren't raised like I was raised. Mom and dad right there, strict discipline, and everybody else's father had the rights to discipline you as well. Plus, don't get in trouble at school.
Yeah.
You'd really have your butt in trouble. They're all raised differently today. So I think you have to be better at communicating and connecting with people, earning their trust, caring about them a little bit more, baby them a little bit more. No one babied me when I was growing up. Probably you guys either.
Yeah, right.
And today, I think you've got to be more conscientious in regard to them as people before you really get into the details as a football player.
Do you think the coach ends up these days being more a paternal figure in some cases? That you have more of that guidance. We were talking to, we've talked to a number of coaches, and they
John Tortorella yesterday.
Yeah. Specifically, right?
Yeah.
Did you have to be more? You have to be more that than just a nuts and bolts. Game instructor and coordinator, as Casey was saying, you have to be something more. You have to be a little bit more of a guiding hand.
Well, I think that's true. I think the player is more sophisticated. They come out of college in the NFL more sophisticated as a football player. The things you see them do in college games today as well as high school games. It's amazing what they're doing with football. And I absolutely sometimes look at myself and I'm disappointed. I didn't think about some of those things that they're doing today.
Right.
If I'm that smart, why wasn't I doing it?
We were talking about, Preston and I, about Greg Kinnear's depiction of you. You were a consultant on the film Invincible.
Not really.
Not really?
No, they gave me the manuscript to read. I read it, and I remember calling the people, and when I actually read it on an airplane trip, I was coaching the Chiefs. We were flying the West Coast, and I read it out and back, and I called them up. I said, there's a lot of things in this movie, in this script, that aren't true.
Okay.
I said, Coach, we're not doing a documentary. We're telling a story.
Yeah.
And they did a good job of telling the story.
Okay.
They really did.
Did you have
there were
any-
a lot of things that weren't true in it.
Did you have any big issues with the movie?
No.
Okay.
No, none. I've only seen it once.
Okay.
I saw it at the premiere. I don't like to see myself in things I'm in. I don't read things that I'm been interviewed by. And John Wooden told me this a long time ago, and I thought if it worked for him, it's going to work for me. Okay. He says, don't read all the stuff they write about you because it's probably not all true. He said, don't listen to all the things they say about you. It's probably not all true. And some of it's good, some of it's bad. All it is a distraction. And he told me this when I took the head coaching job at UCLA. He said, you don't need the distraction. And I just kept for probably 80% of my career that way.
That's good advice. Yeah, I agree. I do have to admit, though, outside of maybe the story in Invincible, Greg Kinnear, I think he was a good cast as you. I think there's some similarities facially.
In presentation.
I think my wife would have rather had Brad Pitt.
That could work.
The same thing with Kurt Warner's new movie. If you haven't seen that, that's very well done.
I have not.
I appreciated that. It's called American Underdog.
Right.
I appreciated that because they actually called me and talked to me about some specific conversations that I will never forget that I had with him. And they used a couple of them within the movie. So it added credibility to the movie for me.
Right. Who played you in that movie?
Excuse me, remember I'm 85.
Okay,
I already proved everything doesn't work the same, okay?
With the Kurt Warner story, such an interesting, rags to riches situation. How was that when it was happening? Could you believe that he was able to perform like that out of nowhere?
I knew he could play.
Yeah.
I didn't know he could play at the level he played.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody on our staff, Mike Martz was a great offensive coordinator, Al Saunders, these guys, Jim Hannaford, a lot of experience, but none of us could predict he could play at the level that he played. I liken it or compare it to the great military guys, our heroes. You don't know who's going to be a hero.
Right.
Medal of Honor winner until he's in the battle.
Right.
And
exactly.
You can't predict it. But he went way beyond my expectation.
I know in the sport of golf, say when they're choosing Ryder Cup teams, I've heard that rather than you want to get somebody you want to get your consistent players, but you also want to get someone who's hot, because when they're hot, who knows how long that's going to last, but when it does, it can be magic. And he seemed to have gotten hot at the right time.
Well, in the movie, they left out his very first year with the St. Louis Rams, 1998, okay? The movie depicts him in 1999, taking over, coming right out of the Arena League. He was with us a full year as the third quarterback running the scout team's offense, the opponent's offense all week. And I remember many times walking off the fields saying to myself, either this kid can play or our defense stinks. He would eat us alive every day running the opponent's offense. So that's why we kept him, and that's why we made him the number 2 quarterback in 99. And then we lost Trent Green, and we moved him in, and nobody in the history of that position has ever done what he did the first 6 games of his career.
Wow. By the way, the guy that plays coach for me on that is this guy named Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes. He likes our wine, too.
But like next man up, I mean, that's how Tom Brady got his start.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody doesn't go down, he doesn't go, under center and have the career. Who knows? Maybe he would have had the career that he would have, but it would have started a little bit later on. But with what happened. And I just love what happened with Kurt, because even after his career, he's had like a nice long story career as far as a broadcaster is concerned.
No question. When he showed up at my house to announce that I had made the Hall of Fame, I knew if they were going to put a coach in, I would be the coach, because they determined that earlier in the year. But they've only put 10 coaches in the last 25 years. So I knew it wasn't automatic. And when my wife knew they were coming, I did not. I thought it was a UPS truck coming down the driveway. And I walk out, and there's Kurt Warner walking through the woods in his gold jacket. I said, oh, my God.
That's amazing.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
Wow. And you're being inducted as an Eagles coach?
As an Eagle coach, yes.
Okay. And do you get to make that choice, or is it because it was your longest tenure? You do get to make that choice.
I remember when they asked me. They said, now, Coach, you don't have to tell us right now, because it's probably going to take you some time to think about which team you want to go in. And I said, you kidding me? I'm going in as an Eagle.
That's awesome.
All right,
Excellent.
so to that end, you won as head coach with the Rams, but as a fan, you got to watch the Eagles win the Super Bowl a few years ago. Which made you happier? Because there's a lot of pressure involved with winning as a head coach. I don't know if you get to enjoy it as much, or do you?
Well, yeah, you do. The deep emotion was there for both. I mean, I really felt extremely well. In fact, I teared up, which I do easily. Okay, I was watching a game with Louis Jamona. Remember him? My nephew played here.
Jets, right?
Yeah, and we were down in Key West, staying down there out of the cold, and we were watching it from there, and we both teared up because that was. I mean, the city deserved it. And the whole organization deserved it. Jeffrey Lurie, right on down. It's hard to get there, hard to win that football game.
Let me ask about just how hard it is to coach in professional football, because you did it with here with the Eagles for a number of years, and then you took some time off.
Yeah, you bet.
So I don't know, why you took off like over 10 years, maybe 12 years, or something. 14 years. Okay. Was that to raise a family? Was that just to kind of get your head clear? And why did you come back?
Well, I took it off to regroup emotionally. I didn't plan to be out 14 years. I knew I needed a break. Carol and I determined it, and she says, you got to take a break. And I was not a good listener to the people that gave me advice, the Sid Gilmans, the Lynn Stiles, the Carl Petersons, that would tell you, Leonard Toast, you can't keep doing what you're doing the way you're doing it. And I wouldn't listen, and it caught up with me. I think probably there's more terms, technical terms for what happened to me. I used the term burnout.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was even saying.
Yeah.
But then I went out, and then I went from making $75,000 a year coaching the Eagles to 150, working 14 weekends a year.
Yeah.
16 weekends a year, broadcasting NFL games. And this is stealing for a living.
Right. You just do a little bit of research.
Fun.
You weren't. Yeah. So you weren't away from the game for 14 years. How much as far as a coach is concerned, how much did the game evolve in 14 years that you were away from coaching?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Bigger, faster, a lot more money. When I came back in, the coaches still had control of developing their team. Today, they really don't. And it's much tougher on a coach taking over a losing team today than when I took it over.
But you took over a losing team, but then turned it into the greatest show on turf. So,
but I could do it the way I wanted to do it. It wasn't controlled by a union. And, let's say you take over a losing team today. You have to coach them within the time frames and the restrictions as the same as the teams have been beating you all along, and the reason the job's open.
Yeah.
Now, you can't say, guys, we're going to double practices.
Yeah.
We're going to go double days all the time. We're never going to take the pads off until we start really winning. You can't do that anymore.
No.
So it makes it tougher. It's more just personnel department, organization of personnel, and doing the best job you can do within the restrictions. It's tougher.
The money does kind of turn me off to the game a bit. Hearing the numbers being thrown around just are so astronomical to me. These guys are big football fans right here, Casey.
I was just talking about this though the other day, Press. I don't bristle at it because these players and coaches are not going to make that money if the owners are not making that money. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You sold the Denver Broncos for $4.6 billion.
Yeah.
There are quarterbacks making more money right now than Leonard Toast paid to buy the Eagles.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yearly. Okay. Yeah. So I like the percentage of money going to the players. Now I started in the league in 1969, so I know some guys that have some years on them. I'm flying to see one tomorrow in Lexington, Kentucky. My center, Guy Morris. And now he missed one game in 7 seasons, and he's got some real issues. These guys pay a price to play this game.
That's the consideration.
And they didn't get. Some guys had summer jobs, off-season jobs, to meet requirements, to financially. So I'm all for making all the money they can make.
Well, especially in football, like the average football career is not that long. It's not the same as and also the money's not there to spread around because the rosters are so big, right? You take a basketball team, you got like a 12-man roster or something like that. Football is 53 plus, people that don't practice squads and stuff like that. So, it's harder to make that money go around, right? So
they have enough to spread it out pretty good. Paying a quarterback $40 million a year to play.
Yeah. It occurred to me not that long ago that the owners in the NFL, owners of any professional sports franchise, that's not the only thing that they do. And in a lot of respects, like these are almost like fun projects, side projects for them, right? They make their money elsewhere, and then they buy an NFL franchise, but they've built their empire and their fortune doing something other than being an owner in the NFL.
And chances are there's no place else they could put their money that would continue to grow in value than an NFL football team.
Yeah.
You just think of the progression of the sales of the Philadelphia Eagles over the years.
Yeah.
Leonard Toast buys it for 16, sells it for 65. I think the next Neumann Bremen somewhere around 200. Then Jeffrey Lurie. And now you couldn't buy the Eagles for $4.5 billion.
No. That's insane.
It's a good investment if you can afford it.
Yeah. So it's a good investment. Fortunately, there are teams like Jeffrey and others that really love the game.
Right.
Yeah. There are other people that buy it for the business reasons. Yeah. Rather than football reasons.
Is it similar to owning a vineyard because of this? They have all this plethora of headaches, but you love it.
I should have bought vineyard a long time ago.
Yeah.
Really. Now it's $300,000 an acre.
Oh wow!
And up.
Well, you're seeing more celebrities getting into not just vineyards, but distilleries and the world of alcohol and making a mint at it.
Yeah, just in the Napa Valley alone.
Yeah.
See, people coming into the Napa Valley to get involved with a second career, they buy a vineyard, get involved with a winery, get a whole thing going on there in it. It's a good way to start out with a big fortune and make it a small fortune, but they don't care. They've already made the money. I know one very personal friend that sold his winery, home, and vineyard to 2 executives from Apple.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Well,
that's
there you
what
go.
they want to do the last third of their life,
It's sort of it's a cottage industry basically for them. Yeah.
Where is your vineyard?
In Calistoga, the Napa Valley. I wish I owned it. I don't.
Okay.
But Frediani family owns it. Right. But I've been involved with it all my life.
Now you have this garage Cabernet, I believe?
Well, someone nicknamed it. No, we make 3 Cabernets.
Okay.
But about 125 cases of each. It's expensive. It's $150 a bottle.
Wow. How many cases did you bring for us this morning?
In fact, I'm almost out of it in my own home.
Really?
Yeah.
That
We're out
right?
of our Sauvignon Blanc already. But this year we'll bottle about 1,800 cases. Normally we're over 2,000 cases a year.
Okay.
But only 4% of the grapes picked in California come from the Napa Valley.
Really?
Yeah, that's why it's more expensive. It's more exact, great terroir and climate temperature compared to the great French areas.
Okay, so it's very, very specific to its region as far as what you get.
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
I wanted to ask you, because at the event, which is the 5th Annual Philadelphia Concours d'Elegance at the Simeone Foundation Automotive Museum, that's a long title, you're going to have former employees, Carol Shelby's early employees.
Peter Brock, yes, and Chuck Cantwell. They're the people that really made the Cobra a national, worldwide name on the track and into the just everyday customer that could afford one. There's a few. We're going to have a number of them there. It's by invitation only.
Did you know Carol Shelby? Did you?
No, I did not, but I loved the movie.
Oh, you saw Ford versus Ferrari?
Very well done.
Oh, my God, is that amazing?
Very well. And the documentary on him on Netflix is very, very good, too.
Okay. I definitely have to say, I haven't seen the doc.
No, I've seen Ford versus Ferrari, though. Love it.
Yeah.
Well, we do have tickets to give away to the event, and this will be for the gala that the coach was talking about, and you can get early access to a selection of American, European, classic, and antique automobiles while there. And, of course, Coach Vermeil will be there, as well as we mentioned Peter Brock, and also Mr. Cantwell will be there. So let's give away some tickets. We'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263. WMMR, and as you were saying off air, this museum, and we talked about it last week because Dr. Simeone had passed away, but it is one of the best kept secrets in this area.
Oh, it is unbelievable. It's a little hard to find. It's 6825 Norwich Drive over in that airport area, but it is really something. It's considered one of the finest auto museums of its type in the world.
They have such a collection of very unique cars, one of a kinds that'll just blow your mind. And it's also set up to accommodate events like this wonderfly. So you're going to have a fantastic time.
Yes.
Excellent. Coach, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming by
Thank you for
today.
the opportunity.
And congratulations on the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. Coach
Thank
Dick
you very
Vermeil,
much.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. More on the show.
Out of the cup, I guess I filled it up too high and went into the sink, and Jace is sitting there. I remember he was eating lunch and he was sitting watching the whole thing, and I was like, oh, the fish, and I was like, don't move, don't jump, don't flap anywhere, because he was in the sink.
Yes.
So I tried to cover him with my hand so he wouldn't go down the drain. Well, he did, and I freaked out, and I was like, he's down there, he's still alive, what do I do? So great idea. I turned the garbage disposal on.
Oh my God!
What gonna do?
What are you?
You're a
Oh my
murderer.
God! My child is trapped in the wood chipper. Turn it on!
Steve, and he is staring at me, watching the whole thing with these big eyes.
What could
I don't
possibly
think he knew.
make you think that
You got reach down in there
I did.
and
I
get
couldn't
it.
find him. I couldn't.
Oh, you
find
couldn't
him.
see him?
No.
Use a flashlight?
No, I couldn't find him. It was so. It was like, and it was so fast. Like I didn't. I was like, oh, I'll just turn the garbage disposal on, and I quick hit
What,
the
like to put it
switch.
out of its misery?
Yeah, because it couldn't breathe.
Listen, at some point,
Can't breathe.
if you could not find it, because believe it or not, at the bottom of the garbage disposal, there is a ridge that goes, or at least in mine,
Yeah.
and if it got under there and you couldn't get it out, what are you going to let it suffocate?
Yeah. But it's a fish, right?
I know, yeah.
And is there water in that disposal?
No, it's dry down there.
Oh,
unless you-
okay. Then I misunderstand.
I didn't know what to do. Poor thing watched the whole thing. And
Quick, turn it on.
Quick, kill it. Kill it. Mommy wants you to kill it.
I didn't know what to do.
Jace, we're going to teach you a lesson now. You have to turn the garbage
No,
disposal on.
God, no. Stop it.
Kill it. Come on. Spartan mom.
Is that for Kathy?
Me? Are you kidding? Everyone here is freezing.
You guys all have coats on, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Look at all the ladies are all putting
Everyone
their coats on.
has coats on.
I'm cold.
You should put a coat on, Kathy.
I have a coat and a blanket. You should wear a T-shirt if you're going to sweat constantly.
He doesn't sweat, though. His pits have been shut off.
Well, he's hot as hell. Take your jacket off.
Oh, and that's
I
just
put one on. You take yours off.
She said it. She said it. I knew it.
He's hot as hell.
Hot as hell.
You said it. There's a little.
Oh, no. I slipped.
There's a little struggle with the thermostat here in the studio this morning.
The main struggle is that it doesn't work at all.
Well, that's the problem. Casey
Well, it's
complains
not accurate.
Yeah.
that it's all the way up. It's like it's mental for him. He sees that it's all the way up. Meanwhile, it's still freezing in here. It does nothing to move it, and then he moves it down, and it becomes an ice box.
I think the thermostat was made in another country because cold is spelled cod and heat is hort.
Kathy, there is an official sign on the thermostat.
I know, but Casey, I
look at
can't
it,
take
read
it.
it.
Literally, when you walk in here and it feels like an ice box, that's ridiculous. I'll work with you, but it's an ice box.
It's only an icebox when you're in here.
No, that's not true. Look around. Everyone is bundled up because it's freezing.
She is making a point. They are bundled up. It's
cold.
What if you both made love?
Ew. Hell no.
Would that help?
Stick me in an ice box and let me die there.
Wow. So I'm taking that as a no.
By the way, do you call the refrigerator an ice box?
No.
Okay.
The
Because some people.
refrigerator, I can handle refrigerator temperature. I can't handle ice box temperature.
Wow. Is your friend here? Is your
I want to
monthly friend
curse.
here?
I want to curse so bad. That's how effing cold it is in here.
Is your friend we call your friend Daredevil?
No!
Always.
Not yet!
It's coming, isn't it?
Well, here's a question. I mean, there you have needs. What if in space and long missions, if you're taking care of yourself, what does that look like? Right?
I
mean, because there seems to be a whole bunch of ports in that thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to fit.
This looks good.
I don't know.
This looks like Lisa Ann.
Somebody's had to have done that, right?
Of course.
To
All
bang
the people-
how in all the years and people up in space, you mean to tell me someone's never rubbed one out?
Yeah. No, I'm saying somebody's had to have done that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're on the space station for a year at a time.
That's actually what caused the Apollo 13 issue.
Right.
It wasn't, the mixture wasn't correct.
Oh my God, we have a problem.
What did you do?
I mean, what about like
I didn't mix the fuel right.
what about like actual sex?
I don't know. Maybe they've
There have been men and women up together.
There was a married
Many
couple that
times.
went
A
up.
married couple up together. So
Oh,
yes,
then
there would
yeah.
have to
They
be.
did
That's the
it.
first
You
thing you
kidding
have
me?
to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
let's
50
get-
Mile High
yeah.
Club. You
But
kidding me?
I mean, if we're talking about serious long-term space travel,
Yep.
it's going to be a part of it, right? So, like, and eventually, if we're going to colonize on Mars, that has to be studied.
It's just not talked about.
Kathy,
They're
that
just
would
not
be,
talking about it.
You would the hand you would consider with those huge space gloves.
Yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about it.
All right, okay. This is really big. I can do this.
A bigger hand doesn't make it better.
No, I mean talking about not getting any mess on you. Anyway,
Kathy uses Hulk hands at home.
But in order to do that, because you're in zero gravity and you're floating all over the place, you would.
you'd
You'd
some
have to
anchors.
secure yourself.
You'd have to have something to hang on to.
Because they sleep basically.
One would be strapped down. Yeah, they tie you in.
Strapped
like a
to-
bag.
strapped to the
Yeah.
wall.
So they'd figure it out. I'll bet you if there was a married couple up there, it was
Listen.
part of their experiments because they're up there doing experiments all the time.
If they're doing poop and pee and all of these things that they're trying to
Yeah,
perfect,
come
that
on.
they're going to perfect what is a human necessity.
And I have to see video of this.
Various positions, I would imagine, right? To try and figure out which ones are the most...
We are attempting doggy style.
Yep.
Proceed with doggy style. We are having a little bit of issue here. We're going to take this outside the craft.
Odyssey, have you tried the cowgirl yet?
69. Tried the cowgirl yet? 69. In 3, 2, 1. We have achieved 69. Yeah, this is Houston. We got you, and everything's looking good. I would grab her ankles a little tighter in an effort to solidify head position in the appropriate groinal area. And we got that.
All right.
NASA can reduce sex to completely mechanical.
Totally. Sex experiment.
Tell her she's a pretty girl. Tell her she's a very pretty girl.
Please welcome from The Last Witch Hunter, Elijah Wood and Rose Leslie to our program. Good morning, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi there.
Good to see you.
All right, so you're in hyper promo mode for this. You're on tour and doing,
Hyper
promo mode because it's coming out.
Yeah, in fact, you guys are leaving.
Initiate hyper promo.
I like that.
Yeah. When did you get into Philly? And you guys are leaving later on this afternoon, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We got in late last night. Well, not that late. No, we kind of landed around about 7.
Yeah, we landed.
Yeah, we didn't land. We definitely
the
didn't
train
land.
just
we
sort
arrived.
of like arrived to the station. We took a train
I
from
flew
New York.
in, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's what you both got here is the essential point of the
Train
whole thing.
landings are very strange.
Well, let's talk about the movie a little bit, and then we're going to geek out on you guys because we're fans of a ton of your work.
Ah, cool.
But The Last Witch Hunter, so Vin Diesel is starring as this main character in this.
Yes.
And there are a lot, like I said, there are a lot of names. There are you two, and also
Michael Caine?
is in this
Right.
movie as well.
Yes.
But this is an original story. This is one that we haven't come across before. It's not coming from books or franchise or anything along those lines.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about what the whole plot line of this film is.
Vin Diesel's character, he plays Calder, who is an 800-year-old immortal witch hunter.
Okay.
And he's basically keeping black magic at bay. So black magic is illegal.
Right.
And that would be the scourge for which would be a danger to humanity.
And they're good. You are a good witch. No, not in an
Not
Oz
in the
reference.
Glinda variety.
Yeah, you're not in the Glinda variety, but he is reticent to do so, but you prove an ally to him. And you, Elijah, are an ally because you are. How's it pronounced? It's a Dolan.
A Dolan, yeah.
Right, not as in Mickey Dolan's, but in. But
Wait, isn't that? Don't they do deliveries at home?
That's a doula.
That's a doula.
A doula.
But you are. There's an order of priests, correct?
Yes, correct.
That provide protection to these. To this immortal character that Vin Diesel is playing.
Indeed, yeah.
Calder.
So basically, Dolans are priests in a long line of priests tasked with serving Calder, the witch hunter, and basically aiding in the background of his effort.
Are you obviously? Preston's been geeking out about Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
And I know Elijah, you are a big Game of Thrones fan.
Huge Game of Thrones.
Was that a
fan.
detraction while making The Last Witch Hunter that
It
you
was
were?
that Rose was going to be in the film? Yes, it was.
Totally, right?
It generally was. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd read the
Vice
books,
versa
and
for me.
I'm such a nerd for it. I flew to Belfast once, and as I was landing at Belfast Airport, I literally was humming the theme song. That's how much of a retard.
Wow. Yeah, and I'd read
Going to the land of Game of Thrones.
reading the books. I loved the character Ygritte in the book, and then they eventually presented you in the show, and I'm like, oh my god, they hit it spot on. She's a badass. You're sexy and at the same time, and where now for your guys' scenes, obviously you're north of the wall. Where was that? Was that in Iceland or?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we shot in Iceland, and I think for those three seasons that I were in, we were there for like a solid 4 weeks, and it was amazing. I mean, we were shooting in ridiculous temperatures, though, something like minus 18, where we, like, as a crew, we were getting paranoid that the lens would start freezing over, and then we wouldn't be able to shoot. And particularly in the kind of winter months, I mean, we had four hours a day of work, so we kind of like. We worked from 10 till 2, and then we just carried on drinking.
Let me tell you, it's funny because Preston is unsure as to which of you to geek out more on. But Rose, you take the
baton on that one.
Yes, on this
Yeah,
one.
Time, man.
I was going to geek out about Elijah.
Do it. Go ahead.
No.
No. I mean, I just the whole series, the Game of Thrones series, has been. Man, you got to wait too damn long.
That's the only problem.
For the next.
I always dread the finale every season. I do too. Every season. I'm like, please, I just don't want to watch it because I know that I'm going to have that inevitable feeling of something won't have been tied up, something will be teased, and I have to wait a damn year for it.
Well, you look at something as Herculean as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but every Christmas season, a new one was coming out.
Yes.
Let's get it together, folks. This may be just wiki BS, and I didn't realize this as I was looking. But Elijah, were you in the Forever Your Girl Paul Abdul video?
Yeah, that was the first job I had as an actor.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's wild. See, that ruined me for all other videos because I can't.
Where is this? I want to see it.
It's on YouTube like everything else.
And you can tell it's you.
Yeah.
That's a good song, man.
All right.
It was directed by David Fincher before he started making movies. There it is.
David Fincher directed it?
Oh, wow. Look at that. You can just pull it up on the television.
Oh, we're pulling up a video. I don't know at what point in the video he...
Where's Elijah?
He was a girl.
There he is.
Oh, you played a cute little girl with pigtails.
That's not me.
Someone was also texting it, and that you were in Back to the Future 2.
Correct. Well. Yeah, that was the first job out in a film.
A film, yeah.
That's
wow.
me.
Well, I know
Look, there he is.
There
he is. Yeah.
Did you just break a pencil?
I did. I was,
Wait. Stressed out.
What are you feeling? It's the stress of daycare, correct?
Just so stressed. Look, he's yearning for his lost love. Yeah.
By the way, Steve, last time Elijah was here so long ago, we were both 200 pounds heavier.
You guys were fat and I was skinny.
Casey was skinny and we were fat.
And I was sick that day. I was so mad. I wasn't here when Elijah was in, and we've had 3 out of the 4 Hobbits in studio, and I missed Elijah's
Who else have you had?
We've had Sean Astin a couple of times, and
Billy,
not Dominic Monaghan, but yeah, the
Billy
guy.
Boyd.
Billy Boyd. Yeah.
Billy Boyd. Yeah, his band performed in here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Back in a moment. Stay there. It's a hidden camera left in a forest to take pictures of animals in the wild. Captured pictures of a naked man who believed that he was a tiger after taking LSD.
I'm a tiger. Look at this. Grow.
The man only identified
I'm a wild tiger.
The man only identified as Merrick from the Czech Republic took the drug to try and treat his depression. Reminds me of that song, is it? Yeah. I don't know why, but I think of this when I.
No, we've talked about this. I think you're right.
Hey, I wanted to say what an awesome visit that was from Dick Vermeil.
Oh, amazing.
Just the nicest man with a ton of great stories.
85. Blows my mind.
And I also wanted to back up because we didn't really get to touch on the charity that they're raising funds for this event, the 5th annual, and you said, Steve, this is a mouthful of an event. The 5th annual Philadelphia's Concours d'Elegance at the Simeon Foundation Automotive Museum. And it is for cool cars for kids. And Dick was telling us that he, I think his grandchild is a special needs adult, 28 years old. And so this is raising money to help out with this organization. And apparently they provide help for children with rare genetic diagnoses and their families and support research that will identify the best possible treatments for them. So very important stuff and very close to his heart.
Yes.
So I wanted to make sure that we did mention that.
And that is a wonderful cause.
Yes. So this sounds like a great event. He's going to have his own his father's racing sprint car, 1926 Ford Miller Schofield Special. and some of Carol Shelby's right-hand men who got the Shelby Cobras going and everything are going to be there. It's a gearheads.
Oh my God! Yes,
thing, so.
And honestly, the Ford versus Ferrari, Matt Damon is so goddamn good as Carol Shelby.
And by the way, tickets for this are, if you go to WMMR.com, they're $25.
Nice.
And
Can't beat it.
You get to meet the coach and ask him questions, and just the nicest man. So that was very, very cool. Speaking of a nice man and charity events, Michael Barkan.
Yes.
Our good friend had his charity golf outing yesterday, and we definitely wanted to throw some love out there. It was the Barkan Family Healing Hearts Foundation. Met Michael's wife yesterday for the first time. She was awesome. And so this is another, passion project that they're involved in. And we played at French Creek Golf Club. And it is, I'm going to say this is a pretty bold statement. I think that golf course, and I've played a lot in our area, has by far the most beautiful views I've ever seen on a golf course. Just stunningly gorgeous. Number one, Chester County is just beautiful. It's, rolling hills and farmland, and it was so great. And it was a beautiful day. We had a great time. And our boy here, the Casey boy, won the longest drive contest.
Wow.
Yeah, he did.
Which, listen,
he hit a bomb. I saw it.
I hit this thing so hard. I think I swung out of my shoes. But the only reason I feel a lot of pride with that particular one is I'm playing against and with former professional athletes.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I outdrove Seth Joyner and Ricky Batalico and
John Runyon.
And, some of these dudes. And, but I was kind of like my only shining moment. I didn't play well yesterday. Preston, on the other hand, he kept our group together. If it weren't for Preston, when you play these scramble formats,
right,
you really should finish under par.
So you play the best ball, basically?
Yeah. And if Preston wasn't playing with us, there's no way we would have finished under par at all. So Preston kept us together. When we were going off the tee box, and we played with four great gentlemen, Justin from Xfinity Live, and who else was it? Connor.
Mm-hmm. And the other two guys.
Oh, the other two guys.
I
Rex
forgot.
Orange County and Sam Tompkins. I can't remember their names. I just remember who they look like.
Yeah.
But these guys were great. We were not the best golfers, and Preston kept us all together, man. Thank you so much, Preston.
A lot of fun, though. You said it's very difficult course, though, right?
Dude, it'll chew you up and spit you out. I lost so many balls yesterday.
French Creek is the type of golf course where if you hit anything out of play, you're penalized harshly, as in you won't get that ball back. Like, there's no way. It's gone, and it's gone for good. And amongst our group, and I think this is a conservative estimate, at least 30 golf balls were lost.
Jesus.
I kid you not.
How many did you lose? Did you lose any?
I lost 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a lot for you.
That's a lot for me. I've played the last 5-6 rounds. I haven't lost a ball. And I lost a couple yesterday.
I'm usually good to lose at least 2 to 3 balls around. I lost 3 balls in the first 2 holes. So
it is so hard.
But it's insanely difficult.
It's beautiful. It's it's a risk reward golf course. If you're going to try and go for it, there's a risk, and you're going to lose your golf ball if you don't hit that perfect shot. But it was a lot of fun.
What other celebs, what celebs were in attendance?
Case would know better than I. Our
All
buddy
right.
John Clark from NBC 10 was there. Rick Batalico was there. John Runyon.
Seth Joyner. Oh God. Oh, come on. Now I'm drawing a blank. Bob Cooney from down the hall was down there as well.
See Amy Fadul.
Amy Fadul was there. Leslie Goodell. Jimmy Lynam.
Chris Jenkins, you said?
Chris Jenkins was there.
That's cool.
Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr he couldn't make it. It turns out he died. So he was not able to make it. Mark Farzetta was there. He just kept going through the list, and I'm like, oh my God, Eagles Hall of Famers, and Mike's been in this area for a long time, and he's been able to do what he does at the highest level for a long time. So when you are somebody like Michael Barkan, you develop a lot of relationships and a lot of friendships, and a lot of those guys came out yesterday.
Oh, and I forgot. So we since this event was so big and there were so many people, sometimes golf courses have to get rental golf carts to fill in for that amount of people. So we got a rental cart.
Right.
This wasn't one of French Creek's carts, and it was a piece of crap.
It was
All
just shot.
So the the accelerator kept sticking.
Yeah.
Not good.
You can't have that happen.
No.
And sometimes the hill brake wouldn't work. That's what locks it in so it doesn't move anywhere. This is a very hilly golf course. So, damn it, I forgot the guy who was with the
Ray?
Was that his name?
We'll just call him Ray.
Anyway, super nice guy, big fan of the show. And he was with the superintendent's crew, the maintenance crew. And I was like, dude, we can't.
It's not going to work.
We can't take this.
Yeah.
So at the turn, which is when you go back to the clubhouse, I'm like, they said, well, we're completely out of golf carts. There's no option. We would have had to have grabbed the bag and walk. And it's a very, very, very hilly course. And so they said, well, we do have, what were they called?
Surfboards, you said?
Well, yeah, they're like Segway skateboards, type of things that you strap your golf bag onto.
I think they're called golf boards.
Golf board. That's it.
Okay.
He's like, we have the golf boards, and I'm like, hell yes.
You showed me a video. They look pretty fun.
Yes, they're a blast.
Preston was better at it than I was. I've
used it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt pretty comfortable at times, and then other times I was like, I am going to crash this thing.
Don't they look fun? We're watching a video.
Yeah.
We should probably have one for the studio.
I think we should.
I think you're absolutely right about that.
We got to use that.
It's a long walk to Bill's office.
We were the envy of all the other groups. Everybody who's saying we went by the turn in that thing. Everybody's saying, "Whoa!" It's like a big crowd.
That's funny.
Hubbub happened, and it ended up being just a lot of fun. But that golf course is something else, man. It's beautiful. Right next to it is another golf course called Stonewall, and they have gorgeous views too. So it's two of the best spots, and you can see Revivalist Spirits from there too.
Nice.
The distillery. It's awesome, man.
Just getting back to these golf boards real quick. People will drive golf carts around the shore, right? Up and down shore towns. Could you drive one of these around a shore town?
I go around on my little electric scooter all the time.
Well, and you have a little place to put your bagels and such, Nick.
Yes.
On the,
Look at that. There's a handle for holding and then a basket for bagels.
Doesn't that look fun?
We had a little
Laird
cooler on the back.
Hamilton
Yeah,
likes it.
we had a cooler on ours.
What the
Really?
hell?
On the back too. Yeah,
I want one.
I know.
But you know what? I'll post some video. I took a couple of videos of us riding around them. I'll do that on social. By the way, the Barkan Family Healing Hearts Foundation. What that's for is for people in Delaware Valley, families who've had sudden illness or sudden loss.
Laurel. I think they changed the name of that one to Laurel. But either way, they put together a really, really great event.
Absolutely. So thanks, Mike. It was awesome. Real quick, may I do a shout out?
Yeah.
This one is from Sean Hilsey. He says, hope all is well. Requesting a shout out for my sister Elena, I'm not sure, and her future brother-in-law Bill, who tied the knot this Friday. They're both huge fans of the show and would love to have their already special day to even be better with this. They've gone to Camp Out for Hunger and have sat in the studio during the show, and they always talk about how much fun it was. It doesn't have to be Friday, but any day of the week is possible. So here's a shout out. Trying to do my best to make good on all my shout-outs, if you will. Listen, I did notice a couple of things that I think are worth mentioning to you guys. If you don't
didn't?
Mind. I did.
Oh, I heard the word didn't.
He did.
So
I heard the word did.
I didn't hit the button.
Why don't you just play the goddamn music?
Now I'm going to hit the button.
Thank you, Mr.
It's time for the noticer.
Saying what we all wanted
Late
to say.
show edition.
So today is the summer solstice, the June solstice.
That means there's 27 hours of light, right?
No, it is not that. It is it's the official start of summer in the Northern Hemisphere. So it officially started today. But for other parts of the world, the solstice is looked upon not as the start of summer, but rather midsummer. And you've heard of that before.
Midsummer.
And for example, if you were to pay a visit to Sweden or Norway at this time of year, you would find the local inhabitants celebrating a local holiday known as Midsummer's Day.
That's where the elders jump off a cliff.
Yes. Which,
oh my
dude,
God.
that movie.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
If you have not watched, and I waited till my family was out of town.
Right, yeah.
Because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to sit down. Rochelle would just not be having it because I'd heard about it. I watched that movie by myself. And it wasn't like oh my God, I'm scared.
Right.
But it's a messed up
It's a
movie.
disturbing movie.
And it's all in daylight.
Out disturbing. You're right.
Yeah, most of it.
Most of it, yeah. But go watch that one.
Nick, did you see it yet?
No. But you know what? I was just thinking about the daylight thing. We're actually going to chat with somebody in a little bit who's in Alaska right now. And
Okay.
I'm curious as to whether or not there's been any darkness because he's riding his bike from Alaska to San Diego, and he was north of the Arctic Circle at the beginning of
What does he have to
this
take
ride.
a boat for a little bit? Because you can't get from
Part of the
Alaska
ride,
to California.
part of the ride, Casey, actually is to prove that you can drive to Alaska from the States.
I've been in Sweden in July and been north of the Arctic Circle in that time, and I have a picture somewhere of us at a bar at midnight outside. And it is still light
midnight.
Out. At midnight. Wow. They told us they were closing, and we're like, what do you mean you're closing? And we're like, oh, my God. We looked at the watch, and I was like, I can't believe it. The sun wasn't officially above the horizon, but it was still light out, you know? So, it's an interesting sensation. So anyhow, Midsummer's Day, which by ancient customs falls on June 24th. They're going to celebrate that then. A day also linked with the name of St. John the Baptist. At night, fires are lit in the mountains in other parts of Europe. So this And in northern Scandinavia, above the Arctic Circle, the phenomenon of the midnight sun at solstice time is a seasonal clock, which seems to divide summer, if not the entire year, into two distinct parts. And it is that time of the year that the sun, having spent the previous 6 months heading steadily northward, has reached the pinnacle of its migration. The word solstice is actually derived from the Latin solstitium.
Right.
The conquering sun briefly halts in its northward motion, having realized full victory over the forces of darkness.
So we don't do the split for summer, and summer's just summer.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that a large portion of the world does.
Yeah. I mean, because, technically, after today, the days start getting shorter.
Which I don't like to think about.
This is actually the apex of summer. But the temperatures continue to get warmer as we get deeper into summer.
We're further away from the sun right now in the summer.
Right.
All those weird things that shouldn't add up. When do we are not going to observe daylight savings time? Is it next year or?
It's supposed to be.
Okay, in 2023.
At the end of next year, Steve. So it'll the time switches will happen this fall and then again in the spring, and then it's supposed to stop next November.
All right. I wonder what that will be like. I wonder if we will all die.
Well, that's weird. I mean, because for some reason, when we do fall back, I don't know why, but I kind of like when the sun is down at 5.
I'm not mad at it. I do like this a lot, though. I do like the light later on in the day. I do appreciate it. I know it sounds weird, but I'm sort of serious about it. When I'm put my decorations out and they light up on Christmas or Halloween, I like it to be enjoyed longer, so it does make sense. Well, but it is naturally getting that way anyway.
It is.
It's just 1 hour.
Just not as early. And I think, Steve, what it has to do with it is I think it brings me back to my childhood and Halloween. I think that's really because it happens right around that time, and then the sun is down, and you can go out for Halloween as soon as we always trick or treated when the sun was down.
The second we got home from school in the broad daylight, we ran out and started trick or treating.
Now I prefer
times that we're burning daylight.
I prefer light later. It's just I feel I don't know
like a man.
I feel like a man,
like a welder.
Yeah, like an iron worker. I feel I don't know. I feel more alive. For whatever reason.
I'm constantly with full boners. As long as the light is up.
By the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson tweeted out, "Welcome to the solstice. On this day, number 1, North Pole tips directly to the sun at 23.5 degrees.
Yeah.
The entire Arctic Circle never sees sunset." And that was 2, by the way. And number 3, the entire Antarctic Circle never sees daylight.
So the world bows to its corner.
Yeah. And bow to your own.
What was that movie? It was called Insomnia, I think, right? With Robin Williams. And they deal with that murder that happened somewhere in I think
and
it's
sleep
Alaska.
deprivation.
Yeah. And can you imagine what that life must be like?
Well, they used to do cops in Alaska. And they talked about the workers, and they would show them responding to crimes because people were just up and delirious.
Yeah.
The new workers. But then a lot of light-canceling blinds and things of that nature had to be incorporated. There's something that affects blind people. The circadian rhythm goes out of whack because they have no perception, or at least a number of them
daytime.
don't. Yeah. It's very precise. So Dr. Mike has even pointed out that hour shift can cause a lot of issues with people physically.
I noticed another story about the sun. If you want to hear that,
the sun story.
So
hallelujah!
If you, if we're talking about suns, I know you're so excited. But an enormous sunspot that has doubled in size in only 24 hours is now facing Earth, meaning that it could send.
It's over.
No, it could send a solar flare our way.
Nothing is over. Nothing is over.
Thing doubles up in 24 hours. Sunspots.
Sitting there in the planetarium looking at the sun. It's going away.
Sunspots spots are.
Some bad news for you. We're gonna have a solar flare, and it's gonna be big.
It's coming
for us.
Yep.
Not one, what the other planets want.
Sunspots are dark areas on the sun's surface that are associated with intense bursts of radiation. They appear dark because they are cooler than other parts of the sun's surface. They're relatively cool because they form over areas where the sun's magnetic fields are particularly strong, so strong that they prevent some heat within the sun from reaching its surface.
Did you see the movie Knowing?
No.
With Nicolas Cage?
Mm-hmm. No.
So at the end, there's something that's sort of akin to a radiation burst from the sun that takes out the Earth. And I think sunspots lead to it.
Yes.
And what the story, though, has to deal with aliens who know that this is going to happen to Earth, and so they take some of the children away to another planet to keep the species
that was nice
alive.
of them.
Yes, it was nice.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah, and then they blew us up from space.
So happy ending. Steve, I saw it was like sort of a wholly depressing, but also kind of a tongue-in-cheek Twitter poll the other day, and it was what eventually is going to get us all, and what's going to kill the planet, and is it going to be climate change or a solar flare or a virus that takes over the planet? Solar flare won. And it was just, it was just like one of these things where like, I didn't even really consider solar flare to be the end of the planet, but sure.
Yeah.
Let's put that one up there.
What Knowing says.
Yeah.
Did you finish reading Project Hail Mary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That has to do with the sun quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating because, and we've talked about this before, but some of that,
Very hot,
a lot
right?
of that book, it is really hot, except at night. A lot of that book is predicated on actual science knowledge, and then a lot of it is also science fiction. So there's a nice, healthy blend of the both of the two.
Can't they just make a giant umbrella?
So they have actually talked about things like that, about literally doing what on The Simpsons,
The Simpsons,
what Mr.
yes.
Burns did,
Right.
and
Block out the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a there's a name for it, like essentially
Simpsons.
a shield that they put around the entire Earth. It's a something dome or
Like a Dyson sphere.
That's it.
Yep.
I think it is the Dyson
Yes,
sphere.
it's like a vacuum cleaner.
gigantic vacuum cleaner that sucks all the bad stuff out.
Suck.
Yeah,
Suck.
By the way, these tangled magnetic fields can sometimes suddenly reorganize themselves, and when that happens, a sudden explosion of light and radiation is propelled away from the sun in the form of a solar flare. So the one that they're looking at.
I'm the chief astronomy guy at the Hayden Planetarium.
Hey, John.
I have something to tell you, and you're not going to like it. The sun's going to go kaplooey.
No, kaflooey.
Whatever.
Okay.
Just think of us as the Earth is prom night, and this is the jock in the back of the car.
Oh, no.
Sun's about to go kaplooey.
The sunspot is known as AR 3038.
Good name.
And so it is doubled in size in only 24 hours, which is kind of a big deal, but it could potentially send an M-class solar flare at Earth.
None of this sounds good.
The second strongest type. However, it's not known whether this will be the case. If strong enough solar flares can cause disruption on Earth, interfering with radio communication networks.
Uh-oh, we don't like that.
And navigation systems.
They say that you will tan faster than Marissa at the barbecue.
Oh, my God. I like that. So, M-class flares are pretty common, though, but it's the less common X-class flares that can cause more serious trouble.
So they're saying this could have profound a profound effect on radio.
Pornography blackouts because it's an X-class.
Yeah, I was just watching a milk porn. It went out.
So, yeah, that actually could cause some, the X-class flare could cause blackouts for several hours and navigation problems with boats and planes and things like that. But the M-class, which this one is, could just cause a little bit of a nuisance. It's not as big a deal, but it's interesting note that they have this big sunspot. All right, I did notice something else. We're going to go somewhere completely different.
Away from the sun.
We're headed to the vagina.
Wow. The sun of the human body.
A study of menstruating women who do not use hormonal birth control showed that they were more likely to treat friends and partners to drinks and gifts during the second half of their monthly cycle.
Do that again, Case.
All right.
We call that thing vagina.
It works.
So yes, Kathy.
Please tell more about drinks on me, guys.
And the second half
more about my vagina.
Steve, I brought you a gift this morning.
Look.
Oh, we know what's happening.
Women who do not, I'll repeat this again. A study of menstruating women who do not use hormonal birth control showed that they were more likely to treat friends and partners to drinks and gifts during the second half of their monthly cycle.
Well, I know what that is. It's because I guess the hormones maybe subside a bit, and if you do experience some sort of PMS, it's ending at that point.
Now.
So I'm like, okay, guys, listen, breakfast on me.
Yay, drink,
okay?
hugs.
So
when you guys know when I come in and I'm hugging all of you, that's what that is.
We're on the second half. So this is 2 weeks after ovulation, when progesterone levels are high.
Vagina.
And experts from Heinrich Heine University in Germany say that this could be because a potentially pregnant woman is looking to bolster social connections.
There have been my wife, for example, would get more lovey and pleasant
Towards the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's that. So listen. Just know that if your significant other, fellas, is on her cycle and she starts it and you pick up on it in a couple of weeks, you'll get some cocktails and gifts.
And gifts.
There you
It's
go.
our apology for ripping your head off a week prior.
That could be part of it. Yes.
Yep. Okay. So just thought I would share that little bit with you. What?
Nick pulled up a Wikipedia for vagina, and I looked at the picture to the right.
Oh, my God.
Wait, what's
That's
that?
straight up. That's graphic.
I didn't expect it to be that graphic.
Anatomy.
That's anatomy.
On Wikipedia.
That is science, Preston.
Is that a man's hand or a woman's hand spreading what I'm looking at?
Oh, that's a good question.
Is that wiki or wanky?
You're really zooming in on that.
Yeah, well, it's science.
And it's got little labels.
Is that John Madden?
Hang on a second. Go back to the picture
You
and
didn't know
see,
that's where it was?
see if Kathy can
identify
the numbers.
Yeah, what's number 7 here, Kathy?
All we know is no one will ever put anything there.
That's where things don't go.
That's where things don't go.
Oh, my God. You know how quickly we would be fired in any other business?
Work.
Even this business.
Yeah, probably.
By showing Kathy that picture.
All right.
I'm getting a raise.
Kathy?
Come down to my office. I have something I want to show you. What's number 7 here?
It's where things don't go.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I wouldn't do a 7. I'll do a 4 and a 3.
Dude.
Tomorrow when you tune in, it's the Kathy and Marissa show. You'll know why.
That was an extremely graphic photo.
For Wiki.
For Wikipedia.
I was surprised.
But it was nice looking.
It was. That was very clean.
Yeah.
It was very clean.
It's very clean.
He's a clean old man.
Who's that dirty old vagina?
A dirty old vagina.
It's from a hard day's night.
It is from a hard day's night. All right, let's go to somewhere else here. For those who love oral sex,
Marissa, start prepping for our show tomorrow.
There's a new app in town. I kid you not. It is called Hetero, spelled Headero.
Okay, I get the play.
It's designed for people who are seeking intimate oral experiences. This is like Tinder or Grindr for people who just want mouth stuff.
And it's for both sexes, I guess?
I believe it. Well, it's called Hetero, so it's a play on that. And I guess I don't know.
Wait, it's an app?
Yeah.
It is my
It's like
understanding.
a dating app just meeting up for that particular menu item.
Yep.
So there are some people who are in same-sex relationships, specifically on the male side, who that's everything. Is the
I could see that.
There's no other stuff.
Okay.
That's the whole deal.
Yeah, it's just whatever you prefer.
Whatever rocks your number 7.
From now on.
Yep. That's the number 7.
Yeah.
It's the butthole, by the way, for those who might have missed the references. That is now the old number 7.
The old number 7.
I'm going to give her the old number 7. Dude. So anyhow, tags include on this app eager to please or eager to be pleased.
Okay.
And users can also filter by proximity, gender identity. So there you go, Nick.
Okay. There you go.
So it could be whatever you prefer. And user rating. Wow.
Yeah.
User rating.
Get a bad review.
And the
Too
app
much teeth.
tries to take a sex-positive approach to hooking up.
Okay. Well, there's an app for everything.
I guess so.
Guys,
Yeah, I'm going to start an app called Number 7, which is just for one
Lucky
thing.
7, yeah.
So, Lucky 7.
Preston, I pulled up the website for this app, hetero.com, and there's another app featured on here called Kinkily. Have you guys heard of that?
No.
All right.
I can imagine what that's about.
Well, it's not as kinky as you might think. It's about the only reason I know anything about it is I have a friend and she and her boyfriend are very active on Kinkily, and it's a way to meet like-minded adults,
practitioners of kink.
Well, not necessarily swing or kink. It's just like open-minded sexual. No, people who have an open mind when it comes to any type of sexual encounter.
Okay.
So it can be stuff that's like online, or it can be swinging, or it can be kink. Or it can just be exploration. And so it's a world that's a bit foreign to me, but they have found a lot of happiness and success with it.
Okay. All right. By the way, real quick, a phone call from Eric. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Yeah, you guys rock.
Thank you, Eric. What's up, my man?
You guys bringing up that Wikipedia picture reminds me of the episode of Friends where they're trying to teach Chandler how to please a woman.
Okay.
And they whip out the encyclopedia and there's the picture and it's numbered and they go through the numbers. They're like 1, 2, 3, go back to 2 a little bit, 4, 5, 5, 4, 6, and then they get to 7 and she's like 7, 7, 7.
Oh.
And Chandler's sitting there and Jennifer Aniston sitting there looking at her like, "Are you okay?"
No, that's that sounds very familiar.
Marissa, grab the clip.
Okay.
We got it right here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. Here we
Start
go.
out with a little 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, a 3, a 5, a 4, a 3, 2, 2, a 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 4, 2, 2, 4, 7, 5, 7, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
What are they trying to figure out in this?
They're teaching anatomy.
What she's done before?
No, what she likes, a good way to please a woman. So they start with 1 and 2, and that's kind of upstairs. And then the lower or the higher the number, the lower in the body.
I got it. Okay.
7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Wow.
7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
All right.
That's great. In the old encyclopedias, they used to have they'd have certain diagrams. They did it a lot with anatomy. They would have a sheet of acetate over it. Do you remember that?
I do.
So that you could raise and.
That was my favorite part of the encyclopedia when I was a little kid. Without
I actually, for a stretch there, I was like, I want to read all of the encyclopedias. Like people would read a book.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm like, I think that would be a good. It's not like I would retain all that information, but I feel like I would like to. And I've never read the Bible from front to back either.
Well, in Dr. No, the Honey Rider, who's the femme fatale, the Bond girl in that movie, she didn't have a formal education, but she read like an encyclopedia set.
Okay.
So yeah, there's an interesting merit to that. I don't know how much you'd retain, but
yeah, I remember picking up the Bible one time and going, all right, let's start at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. I can't. I will never stick around for this.
It's a lot.
There's a lot of just
no reason to do as long as there's Cecil B. DeMille.
Yeah,
just watch
there you
that.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll get to that. All right. I noticed this other thing. This is from a few days ago, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned this. The remains of a legendary 17th century shipwreck have been found, and the same wreck that supposedly inspired the Goonies film. Pieces of the Santo Cristo de Burgo, I guess,
right,
were found in sea caves in Manzanita, Oregon.
No way.
Sea caves in Oregon. That's amazing.
Yeah. The wooden trading ship was carrying silk, porcelain, and beeswax when it disappeared.
Beeswax.
None of your beeswax. Yeah. And it disappeared in 1693. Hang on. Why did people say none of your beeswax instead of business? Was business considered a bad word and they substituted it with beeswax? Stories of wrecks in the area have persisted for hundreds of years, even inspiring tall tales. But that is the ship, apparently. I guess there must have been some renderings of it somewhere that the producers of the film maybe had seen.
It's quite possible.
And wanted to use that as a guide for the one that they created for the movie. So I thought that was kind of fun.
Are there a lot of sea caves along the Oregon coast?
There are cliffs and so on. So I guess one would believe that there's got to be, a fair amount of
it's pretty amazing.
Naturally formed caves and things.
And a lot of wrecks, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what else?
Was that his actual name? Like, they named him Sloth?
Slothenstein. Sammy Slothenstein. I assume that was a nickname.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to know the origin of?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Is it phone
should be
call
on
or
via
what?
Zoom, right? Sorry.
Do we have our Zoom duty guy ready to go? No? Okay. I'm waiting for word.
Do you want to know the origin of beeswax? I think is what
Mind
Kathy.
your own beeswax.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Is a slang rendition. We know that there's a popular theory that mind your own beeswax started in the 1700s. As the story goes, women covered their pockmarks with beeswax, which would run off of their faces if they got too close to a fire and it was too hot for them.
So they would, if they had dented up faces, they would sort of spackle it with beeswax.
But that doesn't explain why we substituted business for beeswax. It's none of your business. Mind your own beeswax.
Well, I guess maybe. Well, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realize they were spackling their faces back then.
Mind your own business, I guess, meaning don't talk about my face.
Yeah. Mind your own beeswax.
Get off my face.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do another one here. Where's my sound? There it is.
There it is.
Where is it, man?
An episode of Sesame Street, allegedly removed from syndication for being too frightening for children, has been posted to social media sites.
Oh, no.
The episode stars Margaret Hamilton, who revived her role as the Wicked Witch from the West and from The Wizard of Oz. So this was made back in the probably 1970s.
So she
76, yes.
And she's working the full witch thing, and she's also playing a counterpart to herself.
The plot also takes from The Wizard of Oz, but rather than seeking the return of a pair of ruby slippers, Hamilton is seeking a stolen broomstick. And she terrorizes David, who is played by Northern Calloway, throughout the episode in an attempt to get her broomstick back. So at that time, listen, that character was terrifying.
Oh, my God, yeah.
You know, so I think it was just a bit too freaky for kids. Did we have a clip of it?
We do. We do have a clip.
All right, let me play.
Yeah,
if you could, please. So here we go.
Yeah. So, my fine feathered friend, you've got my broom now. Well, and I'm not your fine feathered friend. Oh, you're not. Well, give me back my broom. Don't give it back to me. Don't dodge. That makes me furious.
And that's when Big Bird pecked her to death right after that on the show. And that's
Skin you alive! Listen, you. If you don't give me back that broom, your store is going to be more than just what when I finish with it. And furthermore, I'll turn you into a basketball. Bounce, bounce, bounce to the basket.
And I'll beat you to death with a shovel.
Wait, what?
I'll beat you to death with a shovel.
The Lost episode aired on February 10th, 1976, during the 7th season of Sesame Street. The intent of the episode appears to be to teach children how to overcome their fears and the value of planning and by creating and implementing methods of retrieving the broom. And they were reportedly inundated with complaints from parents about the episode, and it never aired on television again. It did air, I think, one time.
All right.
And people called in. They were like, you scared my children. This is a program that's not now for ready for that. Yeah.
Well, they learned their lesson.
Yeah.
They stopped production on the Leatherface episode.
Oh,
yeah.
They had created the character and everything. They were all ready to go. Oh, man.
Gosh, that's a pretty chainsaw.
The bootleg versions of the episode are going to be posted to social media from time to time, but they have been posted from time to time, but they were removed or had extremely low quality. Apparently, this is a much better one. So if you want to see that lost episode,
You can find it, yes.
you can check that out now. All right, our guest is ready to go.
Hey.
We were talking about, now we've spoken to Mike on a number of occasions. He's half of Van There, the group, who live out on the road. They live the van life. We check in with these guys from time to time. Well, Mike's doing a whole different thing now. And where is he now, Nick?
He's somewhere in Alaska. I'm not exactly sure, but he started in Prudhoe Bay, north of the Arctic Circle.
It's a 4,000-mile bike ride?
Yeah.
This is insane. All right, well, let's welcome our buddy, Mike Schisler, to the program. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm great.
Yeah, so, all right, you are, where are you? You tell us exactly.
So about 2 weeks ago, I started in Prudhoe Bay, like Nick said, and this is all in effort to prove or disprove Kathy's theory about.
Thank you for doing this, by the way.
Lower 40.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Just show research.
Yes.
So 2 weeks ago, I started this ride, and now I'm in Yukon, actually. I'm in Whitehorse, Yukon, which is the capital of Yukon. It's the biggest city that I've seen in weeks, but this tiny little dot on the map is where I'm at in Whitehorse right now.
How many miles have you logged on your bike so far?
Right around 1,200 miles so far. 1,200 miles. A lot of gravel roads, so much wilderness out here, and I've passed, actually, I counted 2 traffic lights. So
Wow.
1,200
Just
miles.
two.
and 2
Wow.
traffic.
That's just, think about that. That's sheer size. 1,200 miles, and he's still in Alaska.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's how huge is that? Yeah. So let me ask you, while you're out on these roads that are not, what kind of bike do you have if you're on gravel and all sorts of other terrains? Or I assume you're not using a classic street bike, right?
It's very close to a street bike. It's a steel frame. It's technically considered a gravel bike. But what's really cool is that with changing the tires, I can kind of be prepared for different surfaces. So I started with gravel tires. They just wore out the other day. Finally said, 1,200 miles, that's enough. And luckily I had a set of spares with me. So I put them on at a campground. And now I got my tires on and I'm ready for the rest of the ride.
By the way, I stand corrected. Yukon is in Canada. So he's not still in Alaska, but it's not too far out of Alaska. That is just... That's crazy.
Wait, Alaska's connected to Canada?
Wait a minute.
It can't be.
So what is it like? We were talking about the summer solstice. What are the daylight hours? I know you've gotten further south now, but what's that like?
It's been insane. At the very start of the ride, it was literally 24 hours of daylight. So you don't really know when your day starts and when it ends. I started in Prudhoe Bay, and this town is basically just it's a staging area for oil fields, and it's full of oil workers, and there's just a few hundred people up there. But they'll start serving breakfast at 3 a.m. because, the workers are up and nobody knows what's going on. And then it's just a crazy kind of idea. The very first day on the road, I started my bike ride at 4 or 5 a.m. and I went straight through until 2 a.m. the next day.
Wow.
Just because really no reason to stop.
Wow.
Mike, I've never been to Alaska. It's definitely on the bucket list. But what was it even like leaving California to get to where you started, to get to Prudhoe Bay? How do you go about doing that just to even begin the journey?
Yeah, it was. You just book it through Alaska Airlines. I mean, it's crazy what you can do. So I flew from San Diego to Seattle to Anchorage, and then the planes kept getting smaller and smaller, and they drop us off in Prudhoe Bay, and you get off the airplane in this tiny little airport of a hangar, and the woman on the other that greets you, she says, "Welcome to work." You know, like that's what she says to everyone getting off the plane. And so it was me and a bunch of oil workers, and you know, that's how you get here. Wow. And surprisingly, I've been meeting so many people who are either doing the same thing that I'm doing, or mostly it's all motorcycles. There have been hundreds and hundreds of guys on adventure touring motorcycles who come up all the way up to Prudhoe Bay, and it's a bucket list kind of thing. And some of them turn around and go to Argentina, and they go all over the place. I actually just met a cyclist the other day. He was from Pennsylvania, and we were heading in the opposite directions, but really cool to talk to him for a minute.
Wow. Looking at a map, it looks like you could, Juneau is not too far from where you are now. Are you going to go back into Alaska that way?
No, I'm actually kind of making a beeline towards Vancouver and Seattle.
Okay.
Alaska has a very strange network of roads that almost dead end into different places. So if you went down into Anchorage, you have to like backtrack your way back up out. Same thing with Juneau. You know, there's all these really cool towns in Alaska, but either you have to get there by plane, by boat, or you kind of have to backtrack your way back out.
Any sort of dangerous encounters yet, whether they be with wildlife or, you know, anything else? Weather?
So the weather has been very good so far. I've gotten rained on a couple times, but bears are certainly something to watch out for. I've met a few. My very first bear encounter was on the side of the road. You know, often there's cars coming the other direction, and they'll say, "Hey, heads up! There's a big grizzly up ahead," and I appreciate that. And sometimes it just kind of like puts me on edge for a little while. But the very first grizzly I saw, he had his head down in the bushes and doing whatever he was doing, and I didn't see him, and he didn't see me until the very last minute. We were maybe 10 yards apart, and I scared the bear, just scared me. And the very funny thing is, if you scare a grizzly, I never knew this, but they jump almost like a house cat. You ever like scare your cat and they jump up, and he didn't know what was going on. He like jumped up, and luckily I had enough speed and I kind of carried on. But you know, I scared the grizzly, and he definitely scared me as well.
That's it's crazy stuff. Yeah, because it has happened. They've gone after occasionally cyclists.
Yeah.
You know, but that's you know, just don't wear anything made of salmon.
Any moose? Any moose?
Yeah, seen some moose. Yep, nice. On the road, and you know, I was very curious about the moose, and I didn't really get too close, but it was very cool to see. I saw a porcupine. I've seen some musk ox. They're way up in the tundra.
The only reason I know muskox is I watched a show called Alone on Netflix, and I think the guy who ended up winning that season in Alaska,
made love to a muskox.
No, he killed a muskox, and so he had something to eat that nobody else that he was competing against had. So,
hey, Mike, how are the bugs? How are the insects? And are you getting are you camping every night? You know, are mosquitoes a real pain?
Yeah, the mosquitoes. I guess here they say the mosquito is the state bird of Alaska, and it's true. If you pull over to the side of the road sometimes, like just yesterday, I was doing a big mile day, and I wanted to take a break, and I'd pull over and just take a little breather, and you just can't stop. The bugs are insane. I mean, sometimes you'll swat your face and you'll hit, you know, a dozen mosquitoes right just in one handful.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's horrible.
Yeah, so I've got like a little bug net I put over my face. Sometimes I cover myself in bug spray. Wear long sleeves and long pants. But the bugs are kind of next level.
Well, you and you guys have always taken great photos and videos, and this is obviously some of the most dramatic stuff that you've posted yet. We're watching now on drawn.there on Instagram. So if people want to follow along, it's a really cool look at what a bike trip, a 4,000-mile bike trip, is going to be like. When do you anticipate reaching your destination?
I hope to reach San Diego in maybe the third week of July, somewhere around there. So, maybe about 2 more weeks or maybe 10 more days here in Canada. and I'll hit Alaska. I'll hit Seattle, and then take Seattle all the way down the coast. So kind of do that whole Pacific Coast Highway and the 101 and the 1, and I'm really looking forward to that section.
That is going to be gorgeous. Excellent. All right. Well, we'll point everybody in that direction. We obviously want you to stay safe and hang in there. Yeah. And, let us know how things are going along the way, okay?
Yeah, thank you. And one more thing, Casey, I was really heartbroken when I heard you weren't able to make that cross-country drive. I was kind of looking at Mount Denali at the moment. At the time, I was listening to the podcast, and, it was just such an American moment that I was having, and I was very sad.
Well, listen,
it's going to be rescheduled.
It's going to be rescheduled. It's going to happen, and who knows? Maybe you can trail me when we end up going.
All right, that sounds great.
All right, hang in there. Mike Schisler, guys. Hey! And it's drawn.there, by the way, on Instagram. The pictures and video are fantastic. So if you want to take a look at some wilderness along the way, it's really cool follow. All right, we got to take a break. We're going to do that very thing. Come back in a second, and we will have I think we're doing the Bizarre Phone.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. All right, we'll have that next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
After taking LSD, he then ran off into the Polish forest, stripped naked, and started behaving like a tiger.
I must leave you now and return to the world of tigers.
Later, foresters look back
I hope my message of peace lives on.
They look back at the footage to try and see if they had captured any wild animals on camera, but after watching footage of the man...
Oh, this is a straight up the ass shot this camera got.
Oh, yeah, he's totally naked.
Yeah.
He handed...
That's the brown eye of the tiger.
Yeah. It's the brown eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. They handed the picture straight over to the police, who later apprehended Merrick. The 21-year-old then confessed to police that he had taken LSD.
I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. Running around. Tiger round. I'm a tiger. I am high.
He told he said it started to work immediately and that he felt he had become a Siberian tiger.
Wow, that's a cool one to go for.
He told police that it was then that his true personality had woken up and that he had always connected with the animal.
Amazing.
He added that while being high on the drug, he picked up a scent and felt compelled to follow it. In 8 hours, he is believed to have traveled 15 and a half miles along the Czech-Polish border.
Not bad.
He's hauling ass.
Yeah.
But because the man did not have any drugs with him, he was only fined and will not face any further charges. So,
I mean, come on.
Yeah, this picture.
Pull it down.
All right, I did notice something else. I noticed
More to be noticed.
I noticed this handwritten piece of paper.
He noticed a handwritten piece of paper.
This is the audio of Kathy from earlier this morning. Did she say bitted or not? She was talking about a woman that bit someone's finger.
All right.
Casey and I thought we heard bitted.
I might have heard bitted as well.
And she says it wasn't, but and texters have gone either way on this too.
Okay.
So it's nope.
Let's see.
She heard bit, and yes, I heard bit.
Well, I tell you what, if Kathy's right, passes to the movie on Wednesday night.
Okay, to who?
To Rogue One, to Kathy.
No, I mean to give to Kathy.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. What were you saying?
There's a
Wow,
possibility
thank
that she said bit it, but I think she said bitted it.
Then I'm going to go with bit it.
I'm going with bitted it.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Bitted a woman's finger off. You heard it.
Wait, play it again.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, audio proof that Kathy said bitted.
No, I didn't.
Can I hear? I want to go in.
Hold on, yeah.
Marissa is she edited.
Another woman who.
What? You ready?
Yeah.
In slow-mo.
Okay.
Bitted a woman's finger off.
Play it from the beginning slow like that.
That's exactly what happened. I was there and the woman bitted the other woman's finger off. Did I tell you I was a cheerleader?
How about your winter activities?
My winter activities, I had to not do a few of them during the camp out. I nearly bitted my fingernails off, worrying about it.
Worrying about it.
Okay. All right, play it, Casey. Slow.
All right, here we
Remember, there was also another woman who bit at a woman's finger off. Wait a second. That was also. Is that you?
What I said was, bit it.
When are we going to do our wine club again? Where we get together and watch that Nick Lachey show.
Listen, what I said was, bit it. A woman's finger off.
Like, I Like It, that song?
Bit it, a woman's finger off.
Oh, you're still going to fight it.
Yes. You just have to talk so fast with you guys because you either get cut off or shut down or you can't finish your story or your statement or word. Exactly.
I'm like a falcon just waiting to jump in.
Not you, everybody
know.
in here.
Well, I do it the worst. I know.
Steve, can you do a little bit of the traffic in her voice? Somebody's texting you for that.
Okay, on the northeast-south conduit, traffic is backed up. And at the Woodcrest Station, which sounds like a giant wooden lobster.
Seen their stand-up routine? I don't know, but you should. Please welcome. You know them from the Broken Lizard crew. We have Kevin Heffernan and Steve Lemmy who are here.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Fresh off the red-eye flight in from the West
off the
Coast.
red eye. Yeah, we had to get here on time.
Yeah, and we listened to your show all the way in.
Oh, I hope it was enjoyable. You
Dick
didn't
tips.
Dick tips, great runner, great runner. Kowtowing, best joke of the last 30 minutes. Kowtowing, yeah.
And
Camel towing, man.
Kevin had a stranger sleeping on him.
Yeah.
On the way in.
A lovely elderly Asian woman fell asleep on my shoulder.
Now, we were talking about your ability to prior to coming on. That you rock the plane sleeping, no problem, but you cannot use a neck pillow.
No,
your body naturally forms a pillow that keeps your head up.
Yeah, I don't have a neck, so my head is just propped on my shoulders.
Yeah,
so my head doesn't tilt. You know, I can just sleep anywhere sitting straight up.
So did you let her sleep on you?
Yeah, why not?
He didn't know. He didn't know she was there.
Can't we all just get along?
No, I woke up once. I was on a flight from Hawaii back to Philadelphia, and I woke up to there was a little bit of turbulence. Well, there was a lot of turbulence, and this huge man that was sitting next to me was like grasped onto my arm and like wrapping around me, and he was like, "I think we're gonna be okay."
Oh,
okay.
That was his opportunity. Come on.
So.
If I was sleeping on her, it would have been different. She would have been.
She'd have been suffocated.
Yeah. She would have got rid of me in a second. I'd have pancaked her.
There's a nice space between these. I'll rest my head there.
Yeah.
You know, it's an adorable picture.
Yeah.
It looks like you're smuggling her out of a country. And, but I envy you being able to do that.
Yeah.
Man.
And Steve, you have your arms folded too. I don't know how you can fall asleep in that position.
We were talking about that because I mentioned to you guys before coming on the device I purchased for Preston, which is this inflatable thing, sits on the trade table. Now, Steve, you are as good as Preston at sleeping on a plane, or no?
No. There's only one spot. I can only sleep on the right side of the plane, on my right ear. I have to lean against the wall. Otherwise, I can't. My neck is I have too much thin neck to, like, even a neck.
Is that
pillow,
a syndrome?
I have thin neck syndrome.
Yeah, more giraffe.
TNS, they call it.
TNS.
Yeah, I suffer
but
from
you
TNS.
have a specific. You know the specific seat you need. What is the specific seat you need?
The F.
The F seat.
The F seat. And that goes for life too, by the way. I'm always sitting in the F seat.
That's your autobiography title.
Yeah.
Steve Lemon, the F seat.
Life in the F seat.
Life in the F seat.
Life in the F seat.
Yeah.
They'll think it's a hip hop album. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, but I've just. And it'll screw up any sort of your long-term trip. If you go overseas, you know, you'll ruin a vacation because you lose 2 days because you didn't sleep on the plane.
Yeah.
And I've never done that. I know you're flying mostly within the United States, but now you just got it down to when you get on. How long before you're asleep?
Like minutes. I recommend people have their necks removed, and then it's easy to sleep that way.
It really is unbelievable how you can sleep on. Like, it pisses me off.
It pisses me off.
Yeah. Because sometimes, like, one of his eyes remains open for the sleep. Like, you only know he's asleep because his mouth opens up.
Right.
But his eyes are open, and when his mouth is closed, you can talk to him. But when his mouth is open, that's how you know not to disturb him.
It's true.
So Kevin, you're acutely aware of the fact that Steve's going to be awake taking pictures.
Oh, that's all he does of me. He takes pictures of me while I'm sleeping. I think
have a whole album
a
of
fetish. It's a fetish he has.
How do you fall asleep knowing that's going to happen?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't bother him.
I'm a performer. You know what I mean? I like to perform for people. So I walked into the airport bathroom when I got off, and I had a gigantic drool stain all the way down my T-shirt too. So no, it was a good sleep. It was a good sleep. Yeah.
That is great, especially when you're walking off the flight. Everyone knows exactly what that is.
Hey, guys, I know that a lot of people were excited when they heard that Super Troopers 2 was going to start production this year. It happened in October. You guys
we shot it. Yeah,
you shot it. It's done?
It's done,
wrapped.
yeah. We're in the editing room now. Yeah, that's why we red-eyed out, because we were editing yesterday. So, But, it was, we finished about first week of October, and we shot for 2 months up in Boston.
So with the with your stage show, and you guys go out and tour. And you've done it for a while. The other three, I guess, go off and do their deal. But
we're the funny ones.
You're the funny
guys,
ones.
yeah.
But I love your kind of your stage show is a synthesis of different things. It's a storytelling and stand up, and it's almost like an evening with.
Yeah, we each do a traditional stand up comedy set, but we also we come out together and we'll tell behind the scenes stories of the making of our movies. In fact, this weekend we're telling a fresh new story about Super Troopers 2.
A tease? Because
I'll tease it.
I love the...
I'll tease you, Steve.
Tease me like crazy. Tickle my ass with an ostrich.
I'll tease.
So tease, yeah. What is it?
I have a really exciting love scene in Super Troopers 2. I have a very exciting love scene. It's...
Which Carlito's Way member do you look like?
No, it's me with my mustache, but I'm going mustache to mustache with Rodney Farva.
Wow.
Kevin and I have a love scene together.
Yeah.
Really?
We have a thing.
Yeah, we make out in this movie.
Yeah, we can't really give away how it happens, but it does happen.
Yeah.
I love that. I love, because I was, watching a lot of your stuff, and there's an elaborate... Patrick Swayze encounter story that I thought was hilarious. And you, Steve, are a huge Patrick Swayze fan.
We're all Kevin and I are both big Patrick Swayze fans, but Kevin missed his opportunity to meet him because he was over at the free buffet table.
But you had a moment.
The window opened for a second, and Kevin was not
open
there
bar,
for it.
dude.
What I loved about it is that you guys are, because you guys, you obviously have this degree of success, but you're just the same sort of guys that we all would be in the same situation. When you meet someone you're sort of a fanboy for, and you realize in short order that you were that annoying fan.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No, we were like, we saw Swayze, and we ran down the list. Like we were like, all right, what should we say to Swayze? And we ran down the list. Yeah, Point Break, Youngblood, Dirty Dancing,
Roadhouse.
Yeah,
we were zipping through all the movies.
You were trying to pick the movie to lead with because you wanted to set the tone.
I was just gonna have him just like talk about every single movie he ever made. And Kevin, we didn't think we were actually gonna speak to him, but Kevin walked away, and our Super Troopers producer came over and said, I know Swayze. Do you want to come meet him? He's about to leave though, so you have to come right now, which is why Kevin missed the opportunity. But then I got Swayze. I brought him over to a Japanese lantern in the corner of this party, and then I froze. I couldn't remember a single movie, and and then I was like, so is Swayze like your stage name or?
And you saw him do the non-discreet security hand movement that.
Yeah, he made a little signal. I caught it. I didn't register what was happening until Matt Dillon swooped in between us. With his back to me. He was like, "Excuse me, bub." And after about 60 seconds, I was like, "Oh my God." Swayze gave him the signal,
the help signal,
and they were not coming back to me. And I sulked and I walked away. And then Heffernan was waiting for me, and he was so fired up. He was like, "Oh my God, Patrick Swayze and Matt Dillon, tell me everything." And I had crashed and burned.
So, in retrospect, what movie should you have led with had you have remembered? What is the ultimate Swayze movie?
Point Break.
Point Break.
Yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
Point Break or Roadhouse.
Too. Yeah.
I should have gone.
I think Next to Kin gets forgotten a lot.
Next to Kin is great. Black Dog is a deep cut, which is pretty solid. Ghost. I could go Ghost.
But you're a Dirty Dancing guy.
I'll do Dirty Dancing. Hey, look, in Club Dread, I play a character named Juan Castillo.
Yeah.
And if you translate that into English, it translates into Johnny Castle, which is the name of Pete Swayze's character in Dirty Dancing.
Pete Swayze.
Yeah.
That's our homage.
That's homage.
Wow.
Sofia Vergara's attorney, this is a follow-up, spoke out about the reports the actress is being sued by her own embryos and an ongoing legal battle with former fiancé Nick Loeb.
Are they going to put the embryos on stand?
I'm wondering if that's a bold legal maneuver or not, and if they'll try it, but we'll wait and see. The Right to Live lawsuit was filed on behalf of the fertilized eggs, listed as plaintiffs Emma and Isabella on Tuesday in Louisiana.
The defendant, Sofia Vergara. The plaintiff, her embryos.
Loeb and Vergara created the embryos in 2013, and Loeb has since been battling to have them carried to term and then taken to custody. and then he takes him to custody. The latest maneuver, this is according to her attorney, this latest maneuver is nothing more than another attempt on the part of Mr. Loeb to keep himself in the public eye by keeping himself linked to Miss Vergara. You notice that's always what lawyers say. This is another attempt at publicity.
Another shameless attempt.
They always go there.
We have every intention of putting the embryos up on the stage, and I will cross-examine them vigorously.
So there's the...
Look at you. You're not even developed. You have no arms or legs. You're simply an embryo. You're a gelatinous mass, and you show up here without even wearing a suit. You insult the court's judge.
I think you should be held in contempt.
Yeah.
Not entertain this circus.
Loeb's suit comes just 1 week before it.
Besides that, you left a slimy trail all the way up to the stairs. And everyone else will now slip in it.
And that might be a lawsuit.
Could be another
right
lawsuit in the making. And I am frankly shocked that the court would allow this to happen. We ask that anyone taking the stand, please clean up their slimy trails after that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Armor Metals and Recycling. Get cash today. Bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor Metals and Recycling. Walk away with cash today. Armor Metals is your most trusted recycling partner, and they're located in Pensacola, New Jersey, or at armormr.com. Hong Kong's iconic jumbo floating restaurant has capsized in the South China Sea less than a week after it was towed away from the city.
No.
The restaurant encountered adverse conditions on Saturday as it was passing the Xisha Islands in the South China Sea, and water entered the vessel and it began to tip. The company said that no one was injured, but that efforts to save the vessel failed and it capsized on Sunday. And according to a statement, they said, as the water depth at that scene is over 1,000 meters, it makes it extremely difficult to carry out salvage works. I mean, it's gone, man.
Oh, wow.
This thing's big, too. The company said it's very saddened by this accident. The jumbo floating restaurant, almost 260 feet in length, has been a landmark in Hong Kong for over 4 decades, serving Cantonese cuisine to over 3 million guests, including Queen Elizabeth and Tom Cruise.
You always see it. And when they do the shots of the fly into Hong Kong, you always see this thing.
It closed in 2020 due to the pandemic and laid off all its staff. Aberdeen Restaurant Enterprises said the restaurant became a financial burden to its shareholders. It was towed away last Tuesday. The company said that it planned to move it to a lower-cost site where maintenance can be carried out. But prior to the departure, the vessel had been thoroughly inspected by marine engineers, and hoardings were installed, and all the relevant approvals were obtained. But that wasn't enough. The company is now getting further details of the accident from the towing company, but it went down in 3,000-foot deep water.
Any plans to still operate it down there?
Not yet, but they're kicking around the ideas.
You can't eat hot dogs down there.
All right, let's see here. Police arrested a 72-year-old man. This is in Matsudo, wherever that is.
Sounds like Japan.
And they arrested a 72-year-old man who was apparently trying to place a curse on Vladimir Putin.
Okay.
Officers announced he arrested Mitsunobu Hino on suspicion of breaking and entering and damaging a partner. Police said a straw doll was nailed to a sacred tree at a shrine. The face of the doll had what looked like a photo of Putin's face attached to the kanji character for bad luck written on its forehead. Hammering a nail into a straw doll is a tradition form of placing a curse on the individual that the doll represents, akin to voodoo dolls.
Okay.
And several security cameras in the vicinity caught an individual who resembled Hino near the shrine, leading to his arrest. So you get arrested.
You get arrested for this?
Yeah.
For bad luck?
A voodoo doll, yeah. So apparently, since mid-May, about 10 similar incidents have been discovered at various shrines in Matsudo, and police are looking into any connections that they may have with the latest case. A 20-year-old mother, this is tragic, suffered a fatal electric shock when she had just put her hand in a washing machine thinking that her load had finished.
Oh, my God.
Vivian Rodriguez.
What the hell happened?
Was putting in a wash at her home in Brazil this week. Investigators said that she suffered a massive shock when she put her hand in the machine while it was still running to retrieve some items of clothing. Her husband rushed her to the local hospital emergency unit, and she was declared dead on arrival. And they're investigating. They don't know exactly why that happened, but
still, I mean, even if it was running, it still shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that's crazy. A former racetrack worker. This is where DNA evidence comes into play here. Yes. Acquitted at retrial after his conviction and death sentence for raping and murdering a woman was overturned. It was almost certainly, turns out though, the actual killer, according to a new DNA retest. A Florida prosecutor announced on Wednesday. So retesting shows DNA found on Pamela Albertson's body came from Robert Earl Hayes, who was convicted but then acquitted of her 1990 strangulation and rape.
So he wasn't acquitted based on DNA evidence, right?
Well, kind of. So prosecutors used DNA evidence 30 years ago to initially convict Hayes of murdering Albertson at a horse track near Fort Lauderdale, where they both worked as groomers, and he was sentenced to die. She had also expressed fear of Hayes before the killing to others, and prosecutors said he had a history of violence and was seen with her shortly before the slaying. But DNA testing was new technology at that time, and his conviction was overturned a few years later by the Florida Supreme Court, which said that the method then used was scientifically unreliable. Hayes, now 58, was acquitted in a 1997 retrial in the death of Albertson. The court ruling limited how prosecutors could link DNA evidence to Hayes. Experts said tests showed that the hairs that Albertson was clutching came from an unidentified white person. Hayes is black. His attorney pointed to a white track worker as the killer and told jurors that any DNA test linking Hayes to the slaying was flawed. But the evidence lay dormant until late last year. They had requested its retesting to help exonerate Hayes in a different case. So they were retesting to exonerate this guy. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter in that state in 2004, the 1987 death of someone else. But the retest of the evidence was conducted by a California lab, and it concluded that not only did the DNA found on Albertson's body come from Hayes, but at least some of the hair in her hand was her own, and none came from the man that Hayer, his attorney, had accused. So,
have they motioned for a retest
test of testing. But listen, so they've gone back, they re-examined it, and it turns out this guy did do it. Wow. So it's crazy. Yeah. And that's why I put it in the bizarre.
Yes, because it's bizarre.
And then one more story, and we will wrap it up. This is terrible, but
in a funny way.
Well, it's got a happy ending at least. So, 47 cats have been rescued from a car parked in sweltering heat. Animal welfare workers have said the cats have been living in the vehicle with their owner. There's a picture.
Oh my God!
47 cats inside a car. It's not you.
Okay.
But this person had recently become homeless and didn't want to leave the animals behind. They were found in the car while it was parked at a rest area in Minnesota. Temperatures were climbing to 90 degrees the day that the cats were rescued. Inside the car, it would have been much hotter. Despite the heat, most of the cats, which range in age from less than a year to more than 12, had only minor medical issues, so everybody was okay. Ashley Pudas, are you looking at pictures of this? It's insane. Ashley Pudas, an investigator at the Humane Society, said, unfortunately, with the heat yesterday, he recognized that it was above and beyond what he was capable of at that time, and he let us help them out. So this person wasn't being cruel. They were, they're homeless, and they had all these pets, and they didn't know what to do with them. They had just become homeless. The owner had been living with the cats for a while, but they had not left them alone. He had previously given up 14 other cats that had been living in the car as well.
What happens a lot of times with people like this is that the animals are their only friends and their family, and they will refuse to part with them regardless.
Yes. Once the 47 cats have been examined and treated, they'll be sterilized and made available for adoption.
Right.
So it's got a good ending.
Okay,
but
that was a good ending.
Looking at the picture of this car, I don't even know how a human being can fit in there.
He's in the glove compartment.
And how bad that would smell.
Or breathe in there.
Yeah. All right.
Not unless he's using Arm & Hammer litter,
then it'd
which
be
is
okay.
what is a good smell neutralizer.
All right, and that is what I have
Jeez.
in the bizarre file for you. All right, we will take a break. Don't forget, Tattoos Day is happening. So if you have not done it yet, text the word tattoo to 39333. We have a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing that you could grab, and we'll get a winner at the end of the show, so get yourself set for it. Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
A medley of the
Wilson peanut butter filled pretzel nuggets. That's what Casey snacks.
So the Geeter sends, sometimes you get these baskets that have Jerry Blavitt, sends these great baskets, but sometimes people will send these baskets where there's nothing good. Right. And it's a wonderful gesture. His baskets always have a lot of great stuff in them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like the tower. Like you get all
That's
those
really
little
good.
boxes.
I do like that.
Yeah.
You know who does that? Harry and David.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they got the.
Oh, yeah. They have a very good the holidays. It's the number one place to shop. It's a holiday season upon you. Harry and David are very good.
Nick became full-blown, Shogun.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm interested in purchasing a tower of a delectable for holiday season. Your name is Macaroon. Cookie here. Cookie here.
Brownie here.
The chocolate covered the blueberry. I said the blueberry. Blueberry.
We don't have any blueberries.
Son of a bitch. I know you were coming to avenge me.
He really did. He got very emotional.
I like the popcorn with the chocolate.
Oh, you got to do the you like the blueberries, right?
The Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries. And here's the difference. Here's where it all comes down to. They're actual blueberries covered in dark chocolate, as opposed to blueberry mush. Some other places do. This was once a blueberry before we treated it with radiation and whatever. But the Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries are blueberries.
Yeah. So when you had your surgery a couple of years ago, Steve,
you very kindly brought by like a whole supply of them.
Yeah, I bought 3 boxes of blueberries. I only gave you 2 of them.
Mate, I'm only learning about that now. Now I regret having the surgery.
Hey! Is this a Harry and David?
He had dishonored you.
You make me rose face. In front of Harry and David, I will kill you. You have dishonored my tower of chocolate covered popcorn.
Nick, that was just so guttural, so raw. Your
Holy crap.
If that doesn't tell you how cold it is.
I mean, it's like an alien. I
don't
swear
even
to God,
know
it's like
what
a thing from another planet.
Two sets of eyes.
Is that 2 or 3?
So to describe, just a moment. We had a number one. It just looked like a black mass that walked in through the door here, and then as this thing got closer, we realized that it's actually Pierre Robert.
I thought it was Sasquatch.
He's wearing a huge, thick, down black jacket. He has, of course, his hair flying out all over the place, and he has a huge hat on that's fuzzy, all kinds of fur all over it, which is fake, I'm sure. And then he has a pair of sunglasses, and then on top of that are a pair of spectacles. And his mouth is opening and closing.
Well, I'm trying to get a word in.
I'm just describing for the audience what we're seeing here.
He's trying to breathe.
So it's cold out.
Baby.
Yeah. I got to play that from Dean Martin later today. But I found this hat somewhere in my travels, and I go, this hat will make me look like a Ruski, and then I can hack into the U.S. political system. And
this actually makes you look. Who's the guy who's saying, I just want to stop and tell you how I feel
Smirnoff?
About you? Do you remember that guy, the Canadian guy who was super hairy?
Kenny Rogers.
I never saw him. I know the song.
Yeah, it's just an amazing. You do look like Sasquatch with bad eyesight.
I could be totally speaking out my ass here, but Steve, do they do prescription sunglasses these days?
They absolutely do. Claire has, my wife has them, and they're absolutely manageable and doable.
What are you laughing at? These people are laughing
at your multiple sets of glasses.
People that give me funny looks while I'm driving because I'll have my sunglasses on and then my reading glasses below my sunglasses.
All right, this is the guy, Gino Vanelli.
Gino Vanelli's who she was talking about.
That's who you look like.
That song. And yes, it does look like him.
Well, there you have it.
For your love.
Yeah.
He's a handsome devil, just like me.
Wait, so are your eyes dilated right now?
No.
Oh.
I could take them off.
Yeah, you can take them off. There you go.
Yeah, there.
You look like a Sasquatch safecracker.
is Gino Vanelli, by the way, who Pierre looks like this morning.
It's this big, black, fuzzy, fake fur hat with flaps. As I was leaving the premises, I'm thinking this will be good today. But it's not the cold. There are bursts of wind. What?
I keep seeing Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, from the side when he turned sideways.
Yeah.
Yes,
because it kind of looks like he have a mullet, and he actually brought it back.
Who's
He's a hockey player.
He's a hockey player. Yeah,
with the
I shouldn't
mullet.
have used the sports reference.
I thought it was another movie thing that I'd missed.
No, it was a hockey
The Break
thing that you
Bad
missed.
Guys.
So Darth Vader's cousin.
Okay. Yeah. So it is. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Well, honestly, it's the picture's worth 1,000 words.
Oh.
We're putting it up.
It's the wind bursts that get you.
Yes, the wind chill.
So the cold is not so bad, but that wind is tough. So buckle up if you're going out.
Buckle up heartily.
Yeah.
Wear your warmest buckles.
Buckle up for safety. Buckle up.
For warmth.
Yeah.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Smed, I thought he was dead. Oh my God!
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, "I thought you were dead" before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, "And I'm not dead."
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals.
Yeah.
And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's like, the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko.
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God, yeah,
yeah, the stage show.
Kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Grease was not meant for kids; it was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing TJ Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh, that'd be
in a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had like technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, "Poor man Travolta, my ass."
Yeah.
He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute. It's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie. I think personally.
Look at the cans on that bimbo.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy. And hey, look at the cans on that bimbo. You know, that movie. Tom and I live very close to each other, so we live in Studio City.
We'll be getting a winner for it very, very soon. If you're interested in getting some awesome artwork from a great tattoo shop, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street. Text word tattoo to 39333. We're running out of time on that, so you got to get on it as soon as possible. In the meantime, we'll have your chance to win something else. We have a pair of tickets to see To Kill a Mockingbird at the Academy of Music, and that show is July 13th, 7:30 p.m. show, by the way. A lot of questions we could go with today, and I like this one. What sport was being played during the Battle of Gettysburg? 215-263-WMMR. If you happen to hear that earlier this morning and you know the answer to it, by all means, get on the phone. Give us a call. What sport was being played during the Battle of Gettysburg? 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. Go to drytechcorp.com. Steve, what's up?
Well, Kesha, celebrating Pride Month, excuse me, I should use the cough button, celebrating Pride Month by revealing last week that she is neither straight nor gay and isn't really sure what she is. However, Kesha says no matter what you are, the odds are pretty good she'll hump you. So that's good.
Oh my God.
A live-action version of Hercules is officially in the works with Guy Ritchie directing. Ritchie has already ordered an intense workout regimen for his star, Wallace Shawn.
Hey!
And finally, Amber Heard claiming she has evidence that would have changed the outcome of the trial against her, but the judge would not allow it in the courtroom. Heard then revealed that she is in possession of 6 buckets of her own crap.
Wow.
It's Hollywood Trash.
We're going to the phones. What sport was being played at the Battle of Gettysburg? And we're going to go to JR for the answer. Hey, JR, good morning.
They did it!
Wow. A loud
That's
listener.
very good.
For sure. All right, JR, what sport was being played? Battle of Gettysburg. Tennis. Yeah! You did it. Hang on, JR. We're going to set you up. You got a pair of tickets to see To Kill a Mockingbird at the Academy of Music on July 13th, 7:30 p.m. The show runs from July 12th through July 24th. And you can get tickets at kimmelculturalcampus.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hulk smash!
Pituation. Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? Then go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers. You can get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. Well, even more artists have signed on to appear at the Taylor Hawkins tribute concert set for next September in London and Los Angeles. Nirvana's Chris Novoselic will join, as well as Led Zeppelin's John Paul Jones, Nile Rodgers, Pink. We also have former Queens of the Stone Age collaborator Elaine Johannes and 12-year-old drum prodigy Nandi Bushell. And they will all be on board for the September 3rd at London's Wembley Stadium. September 27th show at the Forum in L.A. will now include Heart guitarist Nancy Wilson, Leanne Rimes, Miley Cyrus, and Joan Jett. And I'm sure that's not the last of the
I have to imagine that Alanis Morissette is going to be a part of that, right?
I want to say I saw her name there already, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Because he played in her touring band. So, yeah, the names are being added, and I'm sure a few more will come on board. Excuse me, I said this earlier. Jack White did not eat for 5 days while writing his latest albums, Fear of the Dawn and Entering Heaven Alive. In a recent interview, he said, I wanted to see what I would write like under those conditions, under that idea, being alone and fasting, what my brain and my body would come up with.
My tummy hurts.
Would I get frustrated? Would I get angry? Would I get upset? Would I be depressed? What kind of lyrics would come out? And apparently he was inspired
Did
to
he
fast.
get delirious?
He inspired to fast after reading Upton Sinclair's 1911 book called The Fasting Cure. He said, it's an interesting thing that I was exploring, and I still explore that, what your body does. The amount of energy your body gets on the second, third day from that is outstanding. It's not to be believed, according to Jack White.
It's interesting.
Very interesting. Mick Jagger posted a message on Instagram on Monday, ensuring Rolling Stones fans that he is on board for tonight's show at Milan, Italy's San Siro Stadium.
Oh, I feel better.
Following Jagger's testing positive for COVID, the Stones postponed their June 13th Amsterdam show and the June 17th concert in Bern, Switzerland, but they are on board for the gig tonight in Milan. Marcus Mumford is going solo.
Whoa.
Sources inside of a Spotify party on Monday said that the Mumford & Sons singer announced that he will be leaving the band in order to focus on a solo career.
So he's been the guy selecting the music for Ted Lasso and wrote the theme song, right? Performs it for Ted Lasso.
Correct. He performed his new music for the first time at the event, which was held for an intimate group in the French Riviera. An attendee told the outlet, he just said today is day one for his next thing. So
I feel like he's the whole driving force behind the band anyway.
Kind of anyway, yes.
I'm guessing that he was. I really don't know who all collaborated on songwriting in that band.
There's a really good album that he's featured on called it's either the New Basement Tapes or the Basement Tapes, but really what it is, it's old Bob Dylan lyrics that were never set to music. And all these different musicians come in.
Old Crow Medicine Show was featured on that.
Yeah. Who else? Johnny Depp was on there with My Morning Jacket, and he does a song called Kansas City that I really like.
Oh, okay. And
what happened to my voice there?
That album was real.
It was real.
Oh no.
So he also has worked on some stuff with his wife is Carrie Mulligan.
Mm-hmm.
So he's working on stuff with her. Okay.
He's got some really beautiful songs, and
does he know you feel this way?
Probably not. He doesn't even know I'm alive.
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
doesn't even know I'm alive.
I don't know who gets the songwriting credit on the Mumford & Sons.
He gets most of them.
Okay.
But and Winston was out of the band for a little bit, too. Winston Marshall was having some personal problems, and so...
And then the other guy left because he had, I guess was the drummer. He had left the band just because he had tweeted out something that caught hell for the band, and so
I
he
think
left.
that was Winston.
That was they don't really have a drummer. Marcus
Yeah, Marcus is the drummer.
Is the drummer.
Yeah.
By the way, they should start a band called Munsters and Sons.
Oh,
yeah.
I like
so?
that. Yeah.
Or a law firm.
And then finally, coming soon via Genesis Publications is Def Leppard's first official band biography titled Definitely, The Official Story of Def Leppard. And the book, which is described as part memoir, part scrapbook, will be the ultimate official record of Leppard's legendary career. According to the press release, the tome is narrated by the band in their own words, illustrated with photography and memorabilia from the Def Leppard archives. Definitely presents over 4 decades of the band's history through handwritten correspondences, rare vinyl pressings, tour memorabilia, music video storyboards, draft album artwork, press cuttings, previously unpublished photographs, and much more.
You remember that biopic, right, that they did? It was a dramatic presentation of their life.
It was made for VH1.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was, I liked it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Yeah. And what's his name from the Brat Pack played Mutt Lang? Anthony
Michael Hall.
Anthony Michael Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought it was pretty good. All right, there you go. That's music.
That's it. That's all you need.
That's all you're ever going to need. You are going to need a letter, though, because we'll get that for the Word of the Week prize. So we'll take a break, and we'll come back in a second with that. Stay right there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Was in Culver City, so it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing?
Yeah.
This is going to be terrible.
Yeah. No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off.
Yeah.
Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene. There's a horse
a donkey show.
Let me tell you about this. The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh, my God.
And we've got all these people, there's like 100 extras. Many of, the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, oh, my God, they killed the donkey.
Oh. Dear Lord.
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing, you know what I mean? They put the
Oh, my
thing
God.
in his heart and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah.
You definitely could.
It's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, but Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Yeah, now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there, and all of a sudden you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. Mm-hmm. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, oh, Father, over here, come on, over here. Yeah. So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph. Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house. Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
Honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great, great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates, I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay.
Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man, but he's great. He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role, and
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have 2 cult classic movies that are really. They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. In theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease, too, it was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2, and they cast. Not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. Took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. In its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kaneki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that.
Remember it,
and Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see like one of Casey and the Sunshine Boys or one of the Gibb brothers or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still." Until after 12 callbacks, they finally said, "Wow, right, it's his role."
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on. It has a good energy to it. You're again sort of a self-deprecating, funny guy. The whole bowling sequence is pretty. It's. You can't help but get swept up in it, and it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah, a lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about. Somebody getting an Adrian Zemed tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattoozy. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. They'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. we had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zemed
my
tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face on his right pec. It's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the
right?
last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and the
had this
guy
done.
eagerly came in.
Please tell me that that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's
So when
chest.
he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Greece too, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
Now, this reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Greece. She said, "Oh yeah, back in the '60s, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah,
be
we
with
knew
you
you'd
guys.
be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
My pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zemed. Thank you so much.
Enough.
As well as Dick's personal sprint car from, I think,
Shizman
was on. And he's riding his bike from Alaska to San Diego. And you can chronicle that online as well. Drawn dot there. That's it. Really cool video and photos. And he's been doing this van life thing. He and his wife have been in touch with us for years. So we're happy to get the word out about that, too. Let me see here. Today's Tattoos Day, and we need to get a winner. We need to give this away. So let's award a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing to Ben Rogers Petro.
Hey!
Or is it Petso? I can't tell. Kind of handwriting.
It looks like Petro to me.
Petro. All right, from Hatboro, Pennsylvania. So congratulations. You get some fantastic artwork done. They're located at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Pierre's here. Hey.
Good day.
Nice to see you, man.
Does that guy still live with his wife in the van?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But they bought some land in a town called Temecula, which is near San Diego, and so that's why he's riding his bike all the way down to that part of the country from the Arctic Circle. So he started in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, and it's a 4,000-plus mile bike ride, and he's going to end in near San Diego.
Are they doing something ridiculously unconventional, like having a house to move into eventually?
They bought some land and actually set up some trailers on that land, so it's a little bit more of a permanent base than it used to be for them, but they're still van people. They
no
live on the
reason
road.
to build a house when you can live in a van.
That's right.
Exactly.
And the way they do up the van is amazing.
That is true, yeah.
It's nice.
It's really a pad of a van, but there you have it. All right.
You think you could ever live that lifestyle?
I could.
Yeah.
Actually, I came across the country in a van.
Yep.
I mean, what Casey has been wanting to do all these years, I had always wanted to do as well. And there's nothing like being in particularly a camper van, Volkswagen or a Dodge van or one of those cool decked out vans where you can sleep in it.
Yeah.
And, you and a buddy or even you on your own. Those Dodge vans in the 70s, it had those big captain's chairs in them and shag carpet in the back.
Yeah,
That was
right,
always
right.
My fantasy. All I could afford was a Volkswagen van. But it had a very comfortable bed and went a good 45 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Maybe 25 uphill in second gear. But, and crossing Utah, there was this giant windstorm and giant tumbleweed blowing across the road. And Minerva shook with every wind that came by. But the car was worth about $10, but I had about a $1,500 stereo in it, which was, and it was magnificent. It was all cross-wired. The woofers and tweeters were cross-wired to each other. And this amazing sound system, Pioneer cassette tape deck, which was a state-of-the-art at the time. And so it didn't make any difference how fast it went because it had this amazing sound in it.
That's cool.
And the acoustics were perfect.
Yeah.
And then until I got to Philly where it was promptly stolen. Parking on the streets of our dear city. That was the end of that. Welcome. Welcome, hippie, to the East Coast.
I have friends that do it's a family member actually that does the van life as well, but they show a little bit more of like the reality of it.
Oh.
And it's kind of funny. Like, not funny, but the other day she posted a video of a storm that came through where they were. And, they're in this little van, but there were people like out in tents and their van was like rocking all night long. And it was actually a little bit scary, but she'll post, like they don't, like this van life couple, they're gorgeous. Like she'll post pictures of them. She's like, we haven't showered in 5 days.
Right.
Well, they'll go to like health. They'll get like Planet Fitness Health Club memberships and then use those and go do that. Yeah.
Well,
so they can use the showers.
Wouldn't they just like occasionally fork for a hotel?
Occasionally.
No, not the
these guys?
family member that I know. No, I mean they will go like they try to get to certain spots. So like they booked like across the country to get. I don't know what they were going to, but to get somewhere by a specific day and time for whatever
Fish concert.
reason. Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's pretty wild. So I don't.
Okay. All right, I was looking at Pierre. I was waiting for a wrap up there.
No, there was. It sort of started off real slow and then fizzled out altogether.
Speaking of a Fish concert, you want to hear some audio that I think you'll like?
Yes,
nice.
I would.
This is Trey Anastasio. Is this at a solo show or a Fish show?
Solo acoustic show, and this was actually last night. So he does a whole bunch of different stuff.
Little girl held up a sign asking if she could get up and play with him.
Little girl named Jovi was her name.
Here's the clip of it. Listen to this.
There've been times when I wondered, and times when I don't. Concepts I'll ponder, concepts I won't ever see.
Isn't that adorable?
That's very cool.
Isn't one of these. Former
Wow.
Is that a Fish song, Casey?
Yeah, it is. It came off of Farmhouse back in 2000. So
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
It's called Bug. It's a beautiful, beautiful song. But
That's cool.
I didn't know that if you could, all you had to do was hold up a sign. Can I
You
sing?
should do that, Casey.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that the next
I'm
Fish show.
11 years old.
Dress as a little boy.
As a little boy.
Yeah, or dress as like Angus Young.
It's like that
little schoolboy.
the Bugs Bunny cartoon with the magician who's really annoying on stage. And can I have a child from the audience, please?
Yeah.
And Bugs Bunny's dressed as a little boy. I would be happy to help you guys, sir.
That's Casey.
That's great.
Yeah. All right, we should do the letter of the day. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
O as in opportunity.
All right, and we are going to give away a just $500. That's it, $500 prize. And it's from the Bagster.
The
Thank you. The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. Go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster. Dumpster in a bag. We'll give that away on Friday. What's coming up on the show today, Pierre?
We have Workforce Blocks Tears for Fears are in town at the Mann Music Center tonight.
My wife is seeing him.
You going to go to that show?
I am not able to make
Okay.
it this evening, but I don't think I've ever seen them. And we played them heavily here in the 80s and early 90s.
I've seen them a couple times. In fact, one of the greatest concert experiences of my life was seeing Tears for Fears at the Beacon Theater in New York.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, Beacon.
Incredible
is,
show.
God, what a great
Yeah.
place to see anything at the Beacon. But Tears for Fears there would be amazing. They're at the Mann, which I still think is the best
amazing.
of the outdoor venues in our town. It's just stunning to see anything there. So we'll do a nice block of that, block of Alice in Chains. And then I have a slight confusion in that we've got some birthdays, and I don't know how to figure them all out. So I've got Brandon Flowers of the Killers, and I'm crazy about them. I've got Ray Davies of the Kinks, and I'm crazy about them. We've got Aerosmith birthday in that camp, and I'm crazy about them. So we'll have to figure it out.
Why don't you play all their songs at the exact same time together?
that
That'll
works.
knock it all out.
Works, yeah.
I think that's fabulous.
There you go.
I did
Just
a
thinking
nice,
outside the box, man.
I did a block of the Beach Boys yesterday, about a half an hour block, and Bill came sauntering down, going, "When is this going to end?"
When is this going to end?
I think I was doing really great until I put in "Be true to my school" or "Be true to your school."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need you to stop talking.
But there it was.
All right. Listen, it's
It was
freaking
Brian Wilson's
Wilson.
80th birthday. Creative genius, inspired the Beatles. Brilliant, and his levels of orchestration. It was deserved. However, there you go.
All right. I'm going
Peace and love.
to thank our sponsors, the Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme is your official grocery store and official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. And Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow on our program, as of now, we've got Fox Good Day, secret text word, and filling in the blanks when we join Mañana. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we will see you later, gang. Bye-bye.